Hello and welcome. I am the Last Hit Point Hero, and you have found your way to TPK Roleplay. We are so very glad you're here and hope you enjoy your stay. Over the course of the next couple more months, we shall be playing our way through a custom-written crossover campaign using Wyvern Gaming's Stargate SG-1 role-playing game that we have called Stargate Phoenix and Basilisk. First and foremost, this actual play stream contains adult language and themes, some violence, some sci-fi shenanigans, some techno. Oh, it flickered. There
It was just
was.
really angry at me.
It got mad. I think we're back. Okay, we're back. It looks like we're back
hmm
where we left off. If you don't know what the Gould are, the Gould will eat into your brain, enslave your body, and pretend to be your god. So, that is fair warning there. But fortunately, under Basilisk's gaze, all shall fall. Safety tools are in place for the players, but you, as a viewer, do not have such a luxury. So, if you at any point experience some discomfort, feel free to hop back through the gate and return after a few minutes have passed. Barring that, kick back, relax, keep all heads, hands, ats, and cats inside the stream at all times. Slap the follow button to join the wonderful world of TPK Roleplay. Click the Discord link that I am certain will spontaneously appear in chat really at any moment to be part of the growing TPK community, and above all else, be good. That's the rule. Be good. Before we even get started, I want to let everyone know that Monday, just 3 evenings from now, is our crossover episode where Phoenix and Basilisk will find themselves in the same situation. And we'll see what happens when that happens. For now, though, Basilisk must make do with whatever it is Phoenix has left behind. So let's take a moment to say hello to these characters of the Basilisk cell and learn a little bit about the character you're playing. Also, as a little bit of a warm up, a question of the evening is how does your character react to being short on time for something important? So that's the question. How does your character react when they're short on time for something important? Beginning in the top center of your screen, I am here to offer you a grade A, certified, FDA approved, 100% organic bipedal meat bag of the highest quality. It's Osara X Franco.
Hi, I'm Osarix Franco. I play Gary Bradford here on Stargate Basilisk. To answer the question, what would Gary do if she doesn't have enough time? The answer is triage, triage, triage. Cut off the half that you don't need and make do with the half you got.
You know, take what you have, leave what you can't get, leave nothing but a bloody mess behind. Something along those lines. Continuing around to the top left section of your screen, he may look nonchalant on the outside, but on the inside he's chalant as hell. It's Purple Phil.
Hi, yeah, I am Purple Phil. I'm playing Dr. Eric Martin, and I think there's 2 different scenarios where he's short on time, and he behaves very different in each. One, it's not his fault and someone else is giving him it, and he's going to complain the whole way down. Doesn't matter. 2, it's his fault, and that's the one where he's going to button up, shut up, and try and focus and hyper-focus and try and get his stuff done. So those are his 2 modes.
You know, knowing your environment, your situation, your context, it's vital. So good job, Doc Martin, on keeping those things straight. Continuing around in the bottom left corner of your screen, cute and cuddly with his little furry face and sweet cooing. Just don't get him wet or feed him after midnight. It's DMF Saint.
Hi, I'm DMF Saint. I am playing Talos. He is a Tok'ra diplomat. And as far as what I would do in that situation, stay calm, cool, and collected. I think patience is my #1 virtue and my #1 skill set. So just keep cool and keep trucking along. Do what you can and only what you can.
Yep, makes a lot of sense. There's no reason to panic when you're already out of time. There's no time to panic. Might as well just wait and see what happens.
Exactly.
Last but not least, in the bottom center of your screen, every November, the smile returns to his face, because few besides he and she know that all Mariah wants for Christmas is robotic gentlemen.
Hello, guys. I'm Robotic. I will be playing Uran, Una's scout. And I believe that if Unas ever comes under a time constraint, what he's immediately going to do is run because something's about to explode, and whatever he's after is not worth it.
You know, that makes sense. Time's running out. Something's going to blow up. Might as well get out of there. And I am the Last Hit Point Hero. I will be the Gate Master this evening, along with being Not Core and anyone else they might run into during their evening shenanigans. Before we get into tonight's episode, though, it's good to have a little bit of a review. So I've put together a previously on for us. And Sarah X, if you would roll that beautiful bean footage.
Previously on Stargate Basilisk.
You must work together to do the most good for us.
Yeah, hardcore, not core. That's gonna be a problem for me because it seems like you got a bunch of jerks here.
Jerks.
Yeah, you know, like, well, pardon my French, but bunch of assholes.
You find water, I keep you alive.
I like the sound of that, bud.
I'm happy with this deal.
And stab him with his combat knife.
Gary's gonna scream as you do that. Wrong way!
And all of you watch as this thing whips its head back, goes to bite where Uran was standing, and then continues into the sand underneath.
Bad team, worst team. Like, he got himself into it, and like, right? Like, we just keep going. No, I'd like look for one sign.
All right, perception check. You turn the corner. You find Talos covered in blood to his elbows.
Ah, shit. Sorry, excuse my language.
Everybody passes. Nobody gets knocked down. Gary, go ahead.
Or if we
Gary,
did, we got up again.
you ain't never gonna keep me down. Gary's gonna
Oh my
turn.
God.
I think that pretty much brings us back up to speed on the events of the last session. Now, there are a few details to take care of. You did loot Wapawet's vault. You did get back through the Stargate with a number of items. Some you are aware of what they are, others not so much. And the hope is, as you all dove through the Stargate, that nobody saw the address remaining illumined on the DHD behind you. That's the hope, at least. So we pick up right where that leaves off, with all of you panting and sweaty.
I don't know what's happening, gang. We should be A-okay. But we're back now.
We're back
Hi,
again.
everybody.
Technical difficulties.
Galore.
So sorry. I think
Rest
we're back.
in peace.
Looks like we're back. I see us. I see myself talking. I hear myself talking. So, there we go. So Not Core is standing behind the DHD, arms crossed. He says, "What took so long? Is this all you got?"
That's all. Seems
Listen.
like quite a bit to me.
Listen, Narcor, I got more than you'll ever need, and don't you forget it.
Cute. I think that's what humans say. The Tauri are strange creatures.
Talos looks around at all of the people that are in various states of unhealth, at his arms covered in blood, and just stares down Nock.
Well, you're back. What did you bring?
Uran holds up his new best friend.
That is good. To answer that question, what did you get? Probably work our way through opening some of these boxes. So we have 9 crates that you brought through. So what we are going to do is one at a time. You can each open a crate, pass it around so that everyone gets a chance to roll, and essentially roll a d20 in order to find what else might be in these crates that, well, since they were grabbed at random, we will let the dice gods, the only true gods of the Stargate universe, determine what is within them. So the question is, who wants to open the first crate?
I'll go first.
Okay. Chain gun in hand, Uran walks up to a crate, pops the locks, rolls a d20.
17.
So much better. So much better this time.
You open up that crate, and inside is an M32 grenade launcher with 10 M406 anti-personnel grenades and 2 XM1060 anti-structure grenades. I will toss that into your Discord chat so that you have it recorded for posterity. Notcore takes a look. Those go boom.
That might be an understatement.
What else?
Gary would walk over to one and just start opening up the clasp. Roll d20, yeah?
Yes, please.
That's a 5.
4, 5. You crack this open, and as you do, there are ammo boxes within this particular crate. So you can either have a +1 bonus to your firing range here in the base, or you can essentially have 5,000 rounds of ammo, all the ammo you will need for the rest of this game. Campaign, really.
What do you think, crew? What do we want?
I'm probably never going to use the range, so I vote that we get rid of our ammo limits.
All right, yeah. I just opened that bad boy up and it just spills out with different loose cartridges, but then eventually she sees boxes and you just see a wolfish grin on her face.
So essentially, it's listed as 5,000 loose rounds, but we're not going to worry about keeping track. Essentially, you only have to keep track of the bullets you take with you, and when you get back, you can refill without worry. Who's opening the next crate?
I think the doctor will open one.
Go right ahead.
That's a 16.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, well, you are in the heavy ordnance section of the D20 table because you crack open a flamethrower with 2 tanks of fuel.
That one's a little bit hot, I think.
Would have been
Careful
helpful.
with that.
Would have been helpful with the critters.
Would have been. Might still be. There's something left.
Credit.
They've been around, but more as company than pest.
You keep strange bedfellows.
Talos, do you want to open the next one?
I would love nothing more. 13.
13.
Come on, Rockets.
You crack it open and you find computer gear. So, there are a number of laptops, computers, things along those lines that are in this particular crate. You can either have, I believe they are called engineering kits. Let me double check real quick. So yeah, inside would be a 2 engineering kits, a fabrication kit, and where did the other one go? And a radio relay. Or you can upgrade the research lab of the base.
Doc and Gary, I believe this crate is better suited for your expertise.
What, it's got some manga in there or some shit?
What is manga?
Doesn't matter. What's in there? All right. What do you think, Doc? You want to talk real good or learn real good?
I think I've had enough learning for us. It's time to talk.
So humble. Yeah, let's go with it for the kits then.
All right. I have added that. I will take away your research lab boost. There we go. Everyone else gets one more roll. You can all go ahead and just roll now. We'll be less dramatic about it for the second round.
Talos has 5.
11.
I also rolled an 11.
So you find 2 boxes of tactical helmets. So you have 8 tactical helmets, and 2 of them have night vision mods. So those are your 2 11s. 3, 4, 5. The 5 I'm going to skip because you can't have unlimited ammo twice. So you found 2 trans-phase eradication rods. If you are unfamiliar with Stargate lore, this is anti-cloak tech. So these are guns that can see cloaking. 8 helmets with 2 night visions. And then Osara X, what did
I rolled
Gary
a
get?
14.
14 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You crack open this lid, and as you do, the boxes within are packed with a lot of foam and extra protection. And they have explosive caution on each box. And when you open one up, you find 20 quarter-pound blocks of C4 with 10 radio detonators.
Oh baby, this is my kind of party pack right here. Holy. Woo! Oh, we're gonna have some fun, gentlemen.
Not Core is going to say, yes, you will all blow things up very good with this. Let me see. And he goes up to the last crate and pops the latches on it and lifts it up. And inside are 2 shotguns with all the necessary rounds for that. Could have done better. So, put this stuff away. Get comfortable. I will let you know when Basilisk has a new mission.
Gary's gonna give a jaunty nod and move over to one of the Freds and say, come here, Freddy boy, and give it a little whistle as she carries some of the stuff onto it to get it loaded up.
Not Core, who was walking away, will stop and just look over his shoulder. Towery. and make his way off into the sewers. The sewers are yours. Let me know how you would like to spend the next few hours, and we'll see where that leads.
Do anybody remember what page the facilities are on?
If you go down to Basilisk Base and downtime activities, it will have all the facilities of the base. They're all at +0
Copy.
because of the rolls and the options taken. So your options are, for your downtime, essentially, since none have any bonuses to grant, you can choose one of those to improve. You essentially spend the time in your downtime improving that facility so that it receives a bonus for the next time you use downtime activities.
All right. Uran will fix up the firing range.
Okay. Now, what are you going to do to fix up the firing range down here in the middle of a sewer? You don't really have a firing range yet, so I guess you're establishing one. What does your sewer firing range end up looking like?
Let's see. I put up a couple traps and caught a couple of those creatures from the other day, and they are in cages about a good 75 meters away from our large trunk of ammunition.
Okay. What's everyone else going to be up to?
I think the doctor's probably going to be working on the research lab. Set up kind of his triple monitor setup that he found by taking all the computers that were left in the sewers beforehand and resetting them up, and kind of focus on that and the shield bubble crystals that we stole from the last place we were at.
Sure. Why don't you go ahead and give me a science check as you are working with the shield crystal? A natural 20.
For a total of 28.
For a total of 28. So, Dr. Martin takes the shield crystal that was taken from Whipwit's homeworld. You're able to set it up in your computer setup. You find some ways to interface it with the computers that are there. You run a few tests. You get a few things going, and you're able to, after quite a few hours of work, you're able to figure out how to activate a small shield from that crystal. So you will need some kind of device to turn it on and off, and you'll need some kind of device to set it up. So essentially, yeah, you're able to make a force shield around your own Stargate. How do you activate and deactivate this? You tell me what this shield is like.
I think he's probably taken a little bit of time to jury rig it with some of the technology from here in the sewers, probably. So there's probably like one of the screens he's used to send a signal back to the other one. So you have to manually go to one of these terminals and open and close it.
Okay, so it's a manual thing?
I think so, yeah. Something that probably takes the time to teach everyone, including Noctor, how to use. So
Nock will stand attentive while you are teaching him how this works. So, if I don't turn off, you are trapped in bubble.
yes.
Good.
So once again, you push this button, and that will let us through. So what do you do?
He will reach out, and Unas have essentially these massive clawed hands, and the keyboard's not really built for For the way that his physiology is. So he kind of slams a claw on there, and it scatters a few symbols across your computer as he hits the wrong keys a few times, but he's able to get it.
Careful. You don't hit this one because that will lock us in there.
Good to know.
So we hit when bad guys come through.
Bad guys come through, lock and bubble. Yes. Got it.
Good.
Just to clarify, Knock, we are not the bad guys.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Oh. If you say so. Everyone tells the lies they need here. Is that the lie you need here?
I am not in need of any lies.
And you, Gary, are you a bad guy?
Just the worst. Steal candy from babies, kick old little ladies. Can hardly sleep a wink at night.
All right, you can bubble Gary when she comes through.
Okay. Bubble. Got it. The others, what are you other two up to?
I'd find an area that looks like it has a open space that I could clear rubble from and turn it into a makeshift gym of sorts. Just a place to work out, probably with body weights or like rocks as weights at this point.
Notkor will find his way over to you as well. He makes his way around the base. What can you say? Crosses his arms while you're moving rocks around. So you pick up rock, put it back down, and then pick it up again.
Something like that.
Why?
To get my muscles back in shape. It's common.
If you say so.
I do.
You need more muscle. You had trouble with the door.
If you say so.
It's good you lift up and put down rock. I see.
You could join me.
Join. Notkor has tasks to attend.
Talos will throw his rock medicine ball style from his chest at Nock.
Okay. Nock will try and catch it. I wonder if I gave Nock stats.
You can just do a little roll off if you want to.
I didn't. Oh wait, I did? Well, who would think that the characters might try to kill their...
I didn't say kill.
Athletics is fine with me.
10.
23. You throw this rock medicine ball style, and Notkor sticks one hand out and catches it in one hand, palming it. Yes. You need throw rock more. And throws it back at you.
I would like to catch the rock. Do I need to roll or do I just catch it?
No, you catch it. It hits heavy in your chest. He threw it hard.
Yeah. I will go back to my sit-ups and push-ups and weightlifting.
Knock a wonder off. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, meanwhile, down the tunnel, you hear gunfire and laughter.
Knock will follow the sounds of the gunfire. What you find? Did it die?
I don't need it. Not enough to eat. As you look and see that the cage is just obliterated.
There be more.
I have to say, I look forward.
Mm. You do well with them. They need your strength.
Hey, not so bad. They saved me from creature. Nearly died. I admit. I made a mistake.
Hmm? Do tell.
I tried to take on big worm with knife. He got hungry. They cut me out.
Seems the team will do well then, huh?
For now. But you never know. If goals change, friends may not be friends.
Be well, Uran.
Be well. And I'll go back to reloading my minigun.
And what's Gary up to?
Gary would have found as much of an old mattress as she probably could have found, and cleaned out a room that was big enough to kind of serve as the rec hall. You could have found her there reclining on this scrap of mattress, not caring if her boots were on it, or, I mean, it's filthy anyways. But she'd be laying reclined, reading from a tattered notebook with her headphones and tape cassette, just blaring Led Zeppelin as she hung out in the rec hall.
Notcore will, as he wanders around the base, seeing what everyone is up to, make his way to you as well. You see his lips moving, but can't hear anything.
Well, what's up, knock knock?
What is that noise?
Music. You don't know what music is?
Kind of listens for a moment. That is good.
Some would say it's the best. There, knock. Some would say it was the best.
The best music.
Yeah, I mean, it's subjective, like most things, you know?
So, you make that?
Oh, no. Oh, God. Surely your traditions have some kind of auditory enjoyment, no?
Yes, we make music. I just did not recognize until drums.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, it's a band. Led Zeppelin. You ever been to Earth?
No.
Try it sometime.
It's... No probe has made it through.
Yeah, I do. You do keep the front door locked pretty tight. I'll give them that. Don't want bad guys sneaking in, you know?
They have a bubble.
Yeah. They got a bubble. What do you think, Knock? We gonna be able to pull this off? impress the mysterious bigwigs that run this joint?
Do you
Probably.
want to impress them?
I
As-
mean,
Dr. Martin walks in. Probably. Confident? Dr. Eric Martin.
Oh, you got it right. Yeah, I mean, statistically, there's always a chance of failure.
I wasn't asking what your brain told you. I'm asking what your gut tells you.
Not sure I see there's really a difference.
Behold, the man without feeling, truly a pure being of logic, as he stands in his theory, untainted by the qualms of the mortal kind.
Walking past in a corridor, Talos thinks, "Behold the man with no emotion," that you're talking about him, and stops and looks and just keeps walking.
I mean, I have feelings, but when it comes down to it, odds and probability are one thing. I mean, why make assumptions on what's going to happen in the future when you could make a thoughtful guess at what would happen based off of percentages?
All right, and is that why you're here? Percentages?
Not entirely.
Hmm.
It did have something to play with it.
You care to elaborate? Or are we still doing the hush hush, no tell?
I mean, not much to tell, really. I have some problems with SGC and how they run things.
Oh.
That's why I'm here.
You're a former Stargate, huh?
I am.
Fancy. Fancy. What, they not give you the right color pens?
No, nothing quite that frivolous. It's all nepotism, that system. General there, whatever he wants, he gets. His favorite team, they're the ones who get the special missions and, you know, directly helping their family members and other things like that. Well, other people, who specifically me, a contractor, didn't matter what I wanted.
So what?
They
now
go
you
out
just-
of their way to save one of the teams. Won't do anything for everyone else.
So you're out here just getting your own?
Something like that.
I can respect that. Think that's alright.
What about yourself?
I'm out here getting my own, getting paid, you know? You got a skill set some organizations undervalue. I think you and I actually might have more in common than I anticipated. So you go out and find who's willing to pay more.
Makes sense.
Might as well
Who was-
make some memories or some bombs along the way, you know?
Who was paying you before?
A little bit of everybody, really.
How'd you find your way through the gate?
Who keeps secret now?
You know, there's ways. Stargate's not as sophisticated as you would think it is.
It's fair. I always thought it would be quite vulnerable to just walking up and saying you're already in there. Social engineering, as I think they like to call it.
Hi, sir. Excuse me. I'm here for the betterment of humanity. Can you please let me through the gate? I would love to bring back some research and potentially save the world.
Not sure I buy it, but they might have.
Well, I'm here, aren't I?
True.
Ugh.
Nakor have two feelings, hungry and not hungry.
Which one are you feeling right now?
Hungry. And he walks out of the rec hall.
Gary calls after him. Hey, check and see if Uron left any of those things. Maybe we can fry him up. I got some C4.
Time passes. I don't know how that would work. Time passes, and if there's anything else you want to do, if not, you may all have a long rest. It's hard to be exactly sure how much time passes down here in the sewers. There is a time of sorts on the computers that Dr. Martin has set up, and I'm certain for his own sanity that translating it to some kind of local time was probably helpful. But definitely what amounts to a few days pass. And you are awoken from sleep time, for lack of any better descriptor of what time it is, by Nokkor, saying, we have mission. Come to Shapa Eye.
Question above table. Do we need to set up what we're taking before each mission, or do we just assume we got everything on our backs?
So there is a bulk system in this game. Essentially, because you have the base kit, you have a tactical vest that you can have on that is your strength modifier plus 8. So the stuff you can carry has to basically uses up those slots. Now your base kit is the stuff that you don't have to keep track of. It's essentially the food you need, water, a few other odds and ends. Your chain gun, for example, has a bulk of 4.
Mm-hmm.
So that takes up 4 of your bulk, and you can only carry about 8 more things. So the question is, what do you have with you? Well, of the stuff you have, you can carry as much as you want as long as you don't exceed your bulk. So yes, you do have to know what you have on you before you go through the Stargate. Or just come back to get it, which sometimes is easier said than done.
So,
What do we do now?
what he said.
Nog, you said there was a mission.
Indeed.
Dress
For what?
to go somewhere on a dress.
Through the Shapa Eye, yes.
Yes. Do we have the symbols that you push on the thing?
Yes. I am going to tell you once I tell you what you are to get. We
Proceed.
have word of a world with very important crystal to my masters. This, he puts his hands together, small, green, full of energy. It is required.
Required for what? I mean, we're all thinking it. I'll just ask it so you can tell us none of our business.
It should allow another mission.
All right.
Where will we find the rock?
He looks at you and this is the address. And he starts to dial. It opens up. Planet called Kiri. It's humid, hot, wet. Plants everywhere. What else? Not my job. Your job.
All right. And we want to send the post skipper through here?
Probably a good idea. You said there's energy on this crystal? How do you know this? What kind of energy source is it?
Is related to gravitons.
Gravitons. You know what gravitons are?
What? You think 'cause I talk slow, I am dumb?
No, just... No.
You'll have to excuse the doc there, Knock. It's just, he's a little, a little bit too
Racist, that's what
fancy.
people say.
Dr. Martin, do you often prejudge people by their appearances as harshly as you have, Knock?
I was not judging him by his appearance, but more for our recent encounters.
Has he had an opportunity to express how intelligent he was up to now?
He hasn't presented any opportunity for me to know.
And yet, you assumed.
I like Talos.
And Knock, I am sure that whatever hidden master you serve is also pleased with you. Thank you for your help.
Welcome. To respond to that message, Robotic, your C4 takes up 1 bulk, and your night vision helmet also takes up 1 bulk.
Ooh, I'm ready to go.
So you want to send the probe through, so what we will do is I am going to move you to the planet. I will send the probe through, and just like before, if you have any questions, scans, or otherwise that you want to run, feel free to just tell me what you want to find out, and it is in a lot of ways as though you are there. This is the information you are gaining before jumping through the gate yourselves, so the more questions you ask, just assume the sensors are advanced enough to figure out quite a bit. The limitation is more your ability to read them than what the sensors are picking up. So the Stargate, or the recon probe, floats up to the Stargate, passes through with a... There is a hissing sound, almost a scream that you can feel in your bones as you've associated it with that bubble sound. The recon probe comes through the other side, and the vacuum lights up. And on the vacuum, and I'm going to show you a picture. There's a lot of information under the picture, but don't worry about that so much as just the picture itself. And we can read the info as you look around. You get the sense, as you start looking around through the video feed of this probe, that you're in a conservatory in a conservatory. It's almost as though you're in this large glass building in a larger glass building. It's hard to tell at a glance what's through the window panes, but what's obvious is what's around you. Plant life is either dead or growing wild. There is a large wooden table with oversized chairs around it, and a DHD at the far end. Multiple exits lead through this inner conservatory, and that's what you initially see. Anything else is up to what you are going to focus on as you navigate this probe.
All right, PJ, show me what you got. Gary's going to move it forward, and she's going to try to be understanding that she's seeing a lot of plant life. Is there any, other than like the expected equipment of the DHD and the gate, any signs of computers or other robotics in the area?
Okay. Go ahead and give me a perception check as you scan the video feed and the sensors. I will also accept science if you want to read the sensors instead of just doing perception.
I would love to do perception.
Go for it.
That is 80-20.
A 20. You start looking around and trying to find any kind of computers, anything electronic. The DHD and the Stargate seem out of place compared to the table and anything else in the room. Um, Nothing seems wired, nothing seems to be like a computer, but you do notice with that very good roll two things. First, as you're glancing through the glass beyond in the outer conservatory, you can see a blackness that is swirling, almost like a smog outside the outer building. It seems to be less dense as it gets closer up toward the glass ceiling. But that's definitely something that catches your eye on the outside. And also, there's a rustling in the trees. And a group of small monkey like creatures climb out on a branch and start curiously looking at the recon probe as it is hovering in their space. Each one, it's hard to judge size too much because you're not there, but it appears to be about the size of the palm of your hand. They're not very big.
Gary, as she's looking through here, she's gonna see the monkeys and go, "You who now? Who are you? Cute little buttons. Seems like we've got some critters. Also, I don't know if any of you packed an iron lung, but it looks like we got some stuff outside this initial glass dome that, well, let's just say I don't think you want to be breathing it anytime soon. We got masks or something?"
The base kit does come with filtration masks. Beyond that, you didn't get any kind of HVACs or anything more, or HVACs, any kind of biohazard suits or anything more than that in your boxes. So that's all you have is your basic gas mask.
What are they graded for? Like, do we like got a time limit on those?
No time limit. It should serve, as decent protection against most airborne poisons and gases and that sort of thing. But it's not complete full body protection.
All right.
I mean, it's just a little black rain cloud hovering over the whatever we got here.
What is anyone else wanting to check out?
Why don't you check air? Make sure you don't when we walk out.
What, you worried about taking my breath away?
I will be fine. But I do not think you want me to carry you the whole way.
Would be a little bit embarrassing in the long run. Oh yeah, can we check the air?
Yep, go ahead and give me a science check. Now, the initial readings are, yes, it is breathable air.
Okay. Oh, that's a crit 24. Let's go.
So you very easily notice that the oxygen saturation levels in this place are incredibly high. In fact, with prolonged exposure, dangerously high even. You would suspect that at about the 24-hour mark of exposure to this levels of heightened oxygenation, your lungs actually do begin to oxidize. Now, Talos, as a Tok'ra, has a symbiote that will counteract that, and it won't affect Talos in any meaningful way. Uran, as an Unas, same story. He is, well, except without the symbiote. He's simply built too tough for the higher oxygenated atmosphere to bother them. You two humans, however, your lungs would rust if you are there for more than a day. Until then, humans, you get advantage on any physical saves once you've been there for about an hour. So as you're going through the readings, that is what you find.
Because high O2 makes you high as well.
Advantage on physical saves.
Yep.
Well, I mean, it might turn the insides of me into a tin can, but as long as we don't plan on staying there too long. Doc, is there anything you want to look up?
There does seem to be some like physically made items in there? Is there like anything? Can I like do like a history check to see if like some sort of check to figure out how long it's been there, what type of civilization this would have been?
Yep, go ahead and give me a culture check or engineering. Either one I would accept.
The engineering. Oof. Not a good roll, but 11 on that.
An 11. So, really, the only thing that gives a hint at life in this area is the table itself. So you move the recon probe up closer to the table to try and get a better idea of what might be there, what might be going on. And scale-wise, it's off from what would be a normal human scale. The chairs look... I mean, to sit comfortably in one of these chairs, you'd have to be 7, 8, 9 feet tall. I mean, these are oversized chairs. And the table looks old, but it's still in decent repair.
Odd that there's nothing here. No one here.
I mean, there's those little things. Little cuties. Probably bite your finger off, give them half the chance.
Probably. I don't think those things are going to sit in those chairs well, though.
Maybe a little too well.
Maybe.
There is a tilt to the recon probe for a moment, as it seems like one of these things has jumped onto one of the arms hanging down below and tried to yank at it. The cameras reorient to get a look, and there's about a half dozen of these things that are trying to pull at the recon probe.
All right.
Seem malicious, kind of maybe more curious, perhaps? It's hard to be too sure.
Gary's gonna kind of try to raise the probe up a little bit higher and be like, now, all right. Talos, is there anything you want to check out before I bring PJ back through? He doesn't get along well with kids.
I am just watching the professionals at work, seeing how they do.
Professionals.
Are you not being paid?
I mean, sure. But I just didn't
Professional.
expect that level of respect.
We have been in battle together.
Fair enough. I think if that's all we want to look at, Gary would pull the probe back through the gate.
Okay.
Keep it
So a
from prying
reminder-
hands.
We got to go there and get it.
I say a reminder of how the Stargate works.
Right.
You can't pull it back through. Only radio waves and those sort of
Gotcha.
signals go through.
Yeah, so we're gonna load up then. Does Uron like noticeably take the C4? Like, what does that look like? Does he just walk over and grab a couple bricks?
Yeah, just threw it right in his pouch. Just grabbed a couple. Forced the helmet, see if it could fit on his head. A little snug, but it'll do. He knows the use. He knows the benefits of night vision.
Gary's gonna kind of watch as this unfolds, and he's grabbing the C4 as he grabs 1, 2, 3. Just kind of nod approvingly. Before she's gonna grab an extra engineering kit. And one of the transphase eradication rods.
Sure. I will share the stats of that into our chat so that you have it in front of you.
And then
And-
one last thing is she'd look at the doc again and gesture to his sidearm. You know how to use that thing? You could be all right.
Talking to me?
I mean, anybody here. You scoped in
would've-
your sights.
You seemed to handle it pretty well last time, and I'd appreciate it again.
You give it here. And I'd just like to use my modification for sidearm calibrations. as a part of the long rest we got earlier. So a plus 1d4 to attack rolls. And then if I could, watching Uran as he's trying to shove his helmet on, she's going to look at it and go, hold on, wait a minute. And just from some random pocket in her pants, pull out an entire roll of duct tape. And grab some different like items from another thing and duct tape some stuff to the like back of the helmet using my new modification armorer. I may choose one character's armor. It gains +1 AC.
Perfect.
So Uran has +1 on his AC. Thank you very much.
And in chat are the relevant stats for the transphase eradication rods.
Thank you.
If there's nothing else that anyone wants to grab before going through, you can jump through.
I would just like to take one of the Matok staffs with me.
Absolutely.
Can we say that I've found a way to strap it to my attack vest?
Yep.
Cool.
They never explain how Teal'c attaches his to his vest, so we will assume you found the exact same way. You
There's a
lace it
button.
through the handle on the back of your neck.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If there's
Also,
nothing else that... Oh, go ahead.
I want to confirm that I can choose that as my proficiency? Like for the attack thing?
So, we will talk about weapon proficiencies here in a little bit.
Sorry.
Because that's something I have to check, and we're going to take a break anyway. So while
Cool.
we're going to take a quick break, I'm going to double check that because I started to look at that when Robotic was going to grab it for his chain gun, yeah, I need to do that with the staff.
66.
So we are going to take a brief break as you all jump through the gates. I just want to make sure there's nothing else beforehand, so that makes a nice transition into the next segment. Okay. So Nopkor looks at all of you as you're collecting your stuff. Says, bring back something good. Ah.
Knock.
Yes.
We're all here because we were brought here by whoever it is you answer to. They would not like if the gate was closed in a bubble when we came back through. I just want to make sure that you understand that.
You have radio, yes?
Yes, I just don't want to get trapped in a bubble.
There's enough room that you could get through the gate. So this isn't like the irises at
I know.
in Stargate where you pop against it. So you'd be able to come out and have some space to kind of realize you're trapped in a bubble.
More playing on the shadiness and knock than concerned about the bubble.
No worries. Just I want to clarify the mechanics of the bubble. Nock will look at you and go, I am your handler. I make sure the powers that be are pleased. Leaving you in a bubble would not please the powers that be.
Sorry. Didn't mean to stall us again.
That's fine. You are worried. I understand. Each of you pass through the event horizon. There is that high-pitched squeal of gate travel. You come through the other side into what feels like soup. And that is where we're going to take a brief break.
We'll be right back.
Hello, and welcome back. Thank you for hanging out as we took a brief detour. We find ourselves back with the Basilisk team as they are jumping through the Stargate to a planet known as Kiri. They have taken a few readings, determined it is, survivable, at least for half of the team, and for the other half for, a day or so. So I'm sure that they'll keep a close eye on how long they're there. I will toss you all in the conservatory. You all pass through the Stargate, and after a few moments, it closes behind you. You have an immediate sense of walking through incredible heat and humidity. It's not heat like the desert heat from the planet before. It's like it's like when you were a kid and you got underneath the blanket and you just let it fill up with your air until it was just hot and oppressive and comfy. Well, I don't. In any event, that's kind of how it feels now. But despite its heaviness, there's also an almost sweetness to it. And within moments of your arrival, the half dozen or so palm-sized monkeys that were trying to pull on PJ have now become several dozen palm-sized monkeys. And they immediately start coming your way.
I want to clarify. You mean palm-sized, not tree palm-sized?
Correct. Palm-sized
It's a
monkeys.
lot. It's a lot of big King Kong-looking monkeys. So just
They are dropping out of the trees. They're congregating, and they're heading your way. What do each of you do?
I'll make a nature check to see if there's, well, no, I don't.
I'll take nature or animal handling, whatever you prefer.
Yeah, but I don't know why. Like, I don't know what I'm
Why?
trying to
What?
figure
Tell me what you're trying to figure out, and I will help find the right stat.
out.
Do you want to know if they're there to eat you?
Well, that should be. Yeah, let's go with that. I'll roll nature to see if they're there to eat me.
Nature, animal handling, or even perception, whichever you'd like of the three. I like giving options if anyone hasn't picked up on that.
Oh. Perception is 26.
26. It would take hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these monkeys to be any kind of a threat. They don't have claws, they don't have teeth, and you being a apex predator on your planet, you recognize predators, and these ain't it.
Looking at these make me hungry. But let's cover some ground before lunch. Shall we go?
See if we can get him off and set our probe back through.
Okay. So
Uh,
who's heading up to the DHD?
Gary would have been trying to kind of wade through these little creatures, like just as they come close, kicking out a foot, just to keep them off, humming to herself. He really along this road that I must travel. She's kind of just humming her way over to the DHD.
They are clinging to your boots and your pant legs. There's at least a couple. There are dozens of these, and they are very interested in all four of you. Sorry, Saint, you were about to say.
Talos would go to clear a pathway for our stuff to go back through.
Okay.
Near the actual portal.
Gary's swiping them off. Yeah, get out of there. Get off there. Come on, move. Mama's got to make a call.
Uran, you suggest these are prey creatures that would be preyed on? They don't seem to have much of a survival instinct. It like tries to shoo one off of them.
Lowest on chain, highest in number. Or maybe what called them food died off. But either way, they more rat than predator, than fighter.
About that time, two of them, Dr. Martin, make their way up your vest and get their little fingers in your beard and start pulling in two different directions. And they...
Can I hit him?
Do you want to? You can attempt to hit them if you would like.
Or did you have something else in mind, or?
You can do whatever you want. As far as I
I-
have in mind, you have two small monkeys pulling on your beard. That's what I've got in mind.
Dr. Martin, I can shoot them off if you'd like.
I'll take care of it.
Go ahead and give me. So if you want to grab them, dexterity. If you want to punch at them, strength.
Do a dexterity, just a normal roll.
Dexterity. So dexterity is more grabbing them. So we'll see
Sure.
if it. So you try and grab these things, and that was the straight roll without their mods. So you reach up to grab them, and when you do, it's just like it's not there. And one of them is on your ear, pulling your ear, and the other one starts rifling through your pockets. I need you to make a perception check for me.
Perception. I'm gonna use Eureka to re-roll that. No, it's
Okay.
advantage. Never mind.
Nope.
I can't do it. I could add a. What's the tension die? This.
The tension die is a D6. Thank you for pointing that out. In each of these adventures, there's a tension die. This is about a D6 threat at the moment.
I'll just leave it. I'll take my
You'll
Eureka
leave it?
point and be sad.
Okay.
I rolled a natural 1 for everyone playing at home.
Yep. For those playing at home, that was a natural 1 against a natural 1.
Natural 1.
Wow.
So it was a question of who had the higher modifier. So yeah, these things are crawling all over you, and that's all as far as you know. You finally bat them away, and you're good to go. Gary, you make it to the DHD.
Should have brought the flamethrower.
A magnanimous dispensation.
You dial up home. It locks in without any problems. The gate opens up. As soon as the event horizon shoots forward, these creatures scatter back into the trees.
Gary watches as they all disappear back into the undergrowth and looks at the gate. Well, they know to be scared of that thing, and then looks over at the probe and says, "All right, PJ, head on through. Tell him to keep the lights on for us." And goes to send the probe back through.
The probe makes its way through without any problems, passes through, and is back into your base.
Before we set out further away from the Shepai, I would just like to say that we all know each other's skill sets now, and we've seen how we all handle ourselves. I'd like to say it again, to trust each other to do and handle what they do and handle, and that is inspirational.
Okay.
I'm using my feats to inspire. You all get, including me, 8 temporary HP. As long as you have your 8 temporary HP, you get advantage on wisdom saves and culture checks.
Wisdom saves and culture checks. Wonderful. Now, as the Stargate closes, the speech finishes and everyone feels uplifted by it. It's not long before the little monkeys come back. This time, instead of dozens and dozens, there's only about a dozen of them. And they seem almost expectant, and they're kind of making their way slowly toward the group of you, just kind of looking up at you.
Uran has his knife ready.
I'm chambering one.
So, knife ready, chambering. What are you other two doing?
Gary's rolling her eyes and just kind of wading through these things, kind of kicking at him. And you know, like when there's a dog that just gets a little close, you get, hey, hey, hey. She's just kind of barking at them, kind of shooing them away. And she's going to come over to the table
Mhm.
and just start kind of looking around. She saw the cloud kind of on the outside of this thing. She wants to get a shot, like a visual on it,
Mhm.
and see if it looks like if it's just passively there or if it's more active.
Roll a investigation or perception. I would accept maybe science. Probably not.
I would love to roll perception. That would be my preference.
All right, go ahead.
And that's 15. I'm gonna use my my -2 from Tony. Thank you,
Okay.
Tony, for a 13.
Okay. So you start taking a closer look at this table, trying to see if it really does anything. You settle on no, it's just a table. It seems to be the wood seems fairly heavily saturated because of how humid it is around here. Not quite to the point of being spongy, but it's probably going to rot pretty soon if it hasn't started rotting somewhere already. You don't get the sense that it's been used in a while. You might have noticed where with that, no, you probably wouldn't. So no, I mean, yeah, that's pretty much all that you pick up. It seems oversized in general, so it's hard to the scale's a bit off on the map, but just to sit comfortably, you'd have to be between 7 and 9 feet tall.
She's gonna look back at the group and say, looks like housekeeping hasn't been around in a while, but whoever's this is, they're beefy boys. So you should probably try to avoid pissing anybody off, which I realize as I say it is challenging for all of us here, but you know, give it a old college try.
As you are saying that, the dozen or so of these creatures that were curious and that you've been kicking away kind of back off a little bit and start and more of them start coming down from the trees. And before long, Gary, several dozen of these start heading towards you to try and swarm all over you. I need you to make a perception check as these things start crawling all over you.
I would like to do that very much, please, and thank you. That's a 20. I'm gonna add my 2, so to make it a 22.
22. So these things, I forgot they have advantage, start crawling over you, and as there's a bunch of them, you hear the Velcro on your vest pop open.
Hey, what the?
And you catch one of them that's trying to take something out of your pockets, and before long, a couple of them do. One's like trying to grab an energy bar out of a pocket. Another one is trying to grab at your flashlight. One of them is trying to get a magazine out of one of the magazine holders that
I haven't finished reading that one yet.
Oh, no. Weapon magazine. Bullets. Getting the bullets.
Yeah, she hasn't finished reading it yet.
It's both now.
Okay, just checking. So start pulling a clip out. You're able to stop them and knock them away and scatter them. But you do get a sense that these things are expecting something, not getting it, and trying to get it on their own. Yeah. There's doors out of this room if you all want to, or you can hang out as long as you'd like.
Yeah, Gary's gonna, as they're trying to rifle through her stuff, and she's, battening down hatches and trying to secure her pocket, she's going to look at Uran and say, "You need to check your pocket, sir."
They not touch me. They know better.
About that time, a dozen of them drop out of a tree above you.
I ready to attack.
Okay. You have, let me remind you, sir, a chain gun. You
I have a
are
knife.
literally
It's got
I have a
in a
combat knife.
Okay, combat knife. Yeah,
Because I
that's
already
right.
my combat knife.
You
I
ready
like
to
the
comment?
GM. I like the GM trying to trick us into using the railgun in the literal glass house.
You know, I was about to give the warning. That's all. It's like you are in a glass house, and you have a chain gun. Are you sure you want to? But yes, you do have your combat knife. So as they start swarming you, instead of a perception check to oppose them, you may make an attack instead. And if your attack hits, then it will effectively be against their pocketing, so to speak.
16.
Wow. 16. You start slashing at these things as they are dropping on you. And these things are small, but I mean, you're a hunter. This is what you do. You've gotten much better with your knife in the last couple hours. You're not sure what happened. It's almost like you advanced. You've leveled up, so to speak, from the last time you were swinging your knife around. You drop a couple of these things. You take a step back and you're pretty sure you got them as they scatter and go different directions.
I have a feeling this will keep happening the longer we're here, and I see no green crystals. Perhaps we
move.
should leave.
Urana sigh heavily and go, if we find home on the way, I will use C4 and just point in a direction and say, let's go.
I approve of this.
So he's gonna head to the first door on the right.
Sure. It opens.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
That's all right. You open this up. It's a kind of like a glass storm door is the sense that you have, but it's just like the chairs, it's oversized. And it clicks, opens, and you find yourself in a larger conservatory that this conservatory was set within. You look around and there's a few of these little creatures here, but nowhere near as many as were in the inner conservatory. There's 8 ways out of this space, and one of the 8 ways has this black smog pouring through the hallway.
Is it similar to the black smog outside the window?
It appears to be, yes. And Talos, as you are making your way to the door, you also get jumped by monkeys.
Okay.
Can I attempt to do
Perception?
something before they do?
Perception's fine. Let him get jumped, and then you can do what you want to do.
Hello.
All right. What is your perception?
Hang on, I was trying to roll performance and I couldn't click off of it. It's an 8. Wait,
Okay.
I have advantage. 13.
Okay. 13? Okay. These things swarm all over you. You hear your Velcro pockets open up and close. They're only palm-sized, but man, these things are grabby and got a grip to them. You're able to bat them off and stumble through the door.
Yeah, I think I'm like picking them off and just throwing them like the slime things that like you get from like the coin and then you crank it and the little things, just like throwing them on the ground nonchalantly.
They
Like it's
go
every day.
flying.
Gary giggles. Gary, despite herself, giggles at that. She thinks that's very funny.
All of you heading out, or Dr. Martin, you want to try something, I believe?
I guess okay. I'll let it go.
Okay, no problem.
If they come for me, I got something prepared though. I'm watching now.
Okay, well, the question is, are you staying in there or leaving
No,
this?
I'm leaving, but I'm watching out.
Okay, so all of you leave this inner conservatory. The outer conservatory, there's still a couple of these creatures around, but nowhere near as many as what's within there. From the exterior, it's a lot clearer. This swirling black smoke that surrounds the outer conservatory it's thick and it's dense. As you're looking around, there's a couple panes here and there that are cracked, and the smog is kind of leaking through in thin in vapors, and as they do, they drop to the ground.
Uran is going to step towards the broken window and see if he could see anything outside of it.
Give me a perception check.
Oh, my best feature. Let's see. 17.
You squint, and it's the smog is thick, but it's a swirling smog. And as you try and get a better vantage point, you climb up a tree that's close to the glass, and are able to brace yourself and get high enough that it's thin. And as you look through, you can see what looks like it's an entire compound of interconnected greenhouses. So it looks like there are other buildings much like this one. They're connected by these long glass tunnels, and there's this gust of wind that clears just enough of the smog for a moment that in the distance you see an absolutely massive glass dome, bigger than you can even imagine possible to make. It must have taken a great feat of engineering of some kind in order to make this. That seems to be up toward the northeast of your current position. Northwest of your current position.
Can I confirm that this is the window that he's looking out?
I can't see your ping.
I don't know why you can't see it.
Oh, no. So that's a hallway full of smog. He just went
Got
up
it,
to
cool.
a cracked pane. So essentially the sides of this, there are panes of glass everywhere.
Cool.
Does it look like we can just leave out of the window, or do we need to go through the halls? I mean, do we need to go through the hallways?
It's glass, so you're pretty sure you could break one.
All right. He'll step down, or he'll climb down and say, I see big building, likely hold our price. We stay inside, we deal with monkey, or worse. We go outside faster, but we walk through smoke.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you and I are the only ones who would survive that.
We got masks. Might make it work.
Can we maybe try and get a reading on that before we just hells bells through this?
You certainly can. You can. I mean, there's some cracks in it, and there's bits and pieces of the smog coming in, so you could probably take some time to get a sample, get an idea.
Yeah, Gary's just Gary's very concerned about safety. So she's gonna move over to the crack where some of this is leaking in, and she's gonna look over at at Martin and just say, "Listen, man, this thing doesn't have any computer chips, or, I mean, if it's antifreeze, I might know what to do with it. You got a better idea? You think you can help me with this?"
I mean, give me a second. He pulls up his laptop and plugs in a little reader. Can I make some sort of sciencey check on it?
You can
Yeah.
science it up.
Can
Science
we
sounds good.
can we assist each other in this?
You may.
So yeah.
You may either both roll, or one of you may roll with advantage.
Purple, I'm pretty sure you got a better science than I do.
Yeah, I got an 8.
Yeah, let's roll with advantage with you, bud.
Okay. That's 28.
That is a natural 20 for a total of 28 to science up the smog. You use this sensor that you have, and you stick it in the smog, and almost immediately there's this black film and hissing sound as it hits the probe. So you kind of pull the probe back for a moment. Your initial assessment is, oh yeah, that's not good. Your professional assessment is, oh, that's really not good. And because you rolled a natural 20, I'm just gonna copy and paste this straight to you, because you know exactly what would happen if you contact this smog.
Yeah, let's stay inside.
Yeah, great. You gonna tell us what it is?
poison. Real bad poison.
Real bad poison. How articulate.
So you pick up a few other things. It is I'll type them in because it's more dramatic if you say it.
Make me try and sound technical and then get mocked for it.
I mean, truly, Doc, it's amazing. How many degrees did you get writing that thesis there for us just now, bud?
You want me to get technical? Fine. It's a synthetic poison. Someone who lived here had constructed it, and it looks like they probably left the machine on for too long because it's covered the entire planet. Could have been intentional. Definitely not natural. Someone either did this on purpose or on accident.
That's just
Yes,
irresponsible.
Actually, GM.
Yes.
2 questions. 1, does the smog in the northwestern corner of the map match the smog outside the window?
It does. And as it is kind of pouring through that area, it doesn't seem to be expanding. It looks like it has reached kind of the limits of its reach. Best guess, something down the hallway broke, and the smog it's this thick, soupy kind of smog, so as it gets to the end of the hall, it's more like traveling along the floor a couple inches before it dissipates.
Gotcha.
Pressure's keeping it out.
Yeah. Second question, would I know anything about those crystals to be able to figure out where I could find them?
So the only thing that Not Core told any of you is that they are on this planet.
Okay.
And he didn't share any other details than that.
And we didn't ask, so great.
Gravitons.
But I know where a crystal with gravitonic, whatever that is, energy would be on this planet.
You could probably take some readings. You could probably do a little research and studying. I'd accept some things like that. You know that they release an energy, so that's enough, in my mind, in Stargate TV universe language to give you enough of a grasp of what's going on to science an answer.
I have a feeling we'll know when we find it because of the energy, but we should avoid that hallway. It is the same smog.
I'm just going to say we can try center building first. I'm going to assume that Uran took a heading of the direction that it was. HP?
Yep, you know it is to the northwest. It looks like the quickest way there is probably down the smog-filled hallway. Is kind of the initial idea that you have.
There a hallway north or a hallway west?
So you can see which hallways lead out off the map. So you've got 2 hallways to the north, a couple to the east. There's one other to the west over on the other side of the map. Just tell me which one you want to look down, and I'll let you know what's going on.
I'll look west first.
All right. You make your way over to the western hall, and as you're looking down, you see what appears to be it's a hallway made of glass. It's about probably 15, 20 feet wide, so it's a reasonably wide hallway. It's about 12 feet tall or so. And as you're looking down it, there's glass on all sides, and this black swirling smog is all over the place. And down through it, there are a number of glass panes that are cracked deep enough or broken enough that the hall has quite a bit of this smog through there. Probably not so much that you couldn't, avoid it for the most part, but it might be a bit of a difficult trick. There is also, through this hallway, along the walls, ivy and growths and vines. Everywhere except in direct contact with the smog, there is plant life.
As Uran's kind of looking down this hall, and Gary sees the cracked glass, it's almost like she's going to get an idea, and she's going to turn around back at this building that we were inside, and she wants to go move over to one of the panels here. Does it look like I could safely remove one of these glass panels?
So as you go up to the side of where these are, the glass panels they're reasonably, reasonably good sized glass panels. You think that you could probably get one out. There's about, as soon as you get close to the glass, there's about 6 of these little monkeys that sit there looking at you through the glass. But yeah, you're pretty certain you could get one of the glass panels off.
And then she's gonna look around too. I'm looking for building materials. She's gonna turn back and look at them and go, well, whatever the hell it is, if we have something secure, we can, maybe build a structure that can power through and push it back, at least hold back the gas for a little while, allow it to dissipate. Right? We just need to block it off for a little while, get us through. Or we can just risk it for the biscuit and make a mad dash for it, melt our toes off.
I have a hunch it will melt more than your toes.
Yeah, well. I've got 10
Probably
of
start
them.
at the lungs because that's where breathing.
That's my pitch, gentlemen. So we make some kind of phalanx structure to move through this safely.
Well, it's crawling around the ground, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a very thick material, whatever it is, very dense. So it seems as soon as it comes in, it goes down to the floor.
Kind of like a fog machine.
Kind of, yeah. It stays low and it stays fairly tight together. Probably all the things that make it terrible to get in your lungs and in your body and on your skin are what are holding it together.
And Uran, check north.
The hallways up north are a little bit more clear. The 2 to the north have rather thick vines along the floor. But other than that, there's a couple cracks, but nothing severe.
Uran turned to the team. We follow Vine. As long as we stay on Vine, we stay safe.
I like that logic.
It's probably a better way than the poisonous gases, at least. I'm on board.
Faster than building a phalanx.
Mm-hmm.
You've never seen me build a phalanx.
Maybe next time.
Oh, if we're lucky. And Gary will go stand next to Uran. Lead on,
All right.
master of the vines.
Uran will switch to his minigun and proceed forward.
Noted.
That's a small gun, right? That's how that works?
It's just mini. It's just
Yeah.
very, very small gun.
Pew, 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 pew.
Barely shoots peas. No, is non-lethal to glass.
Yep. There's no way it would go poorly. You start walking your way down. It's not too long down the path before the thick vines, they kind of become almost a carpet beneath your feet. Some of these vines are as big around as your wrist. And as you start walking through, it slows you down. It's effectively kind of difficult terrain, so to speak. As you're making your way through, the vines seem to start moving out of the way of your feet after a little while. So you probably make it about 20 feet down this hallway. There's still, probably another 80, 90, maybe 100 feet before you get to the end at the other side. The vines start to shift so that they're not quite underfoot.
We're
These
just gonna-
vines look like anything normal that we wouldn't have known about before. Are they comparable to earth vines?
You can give me a nature check.
Sure. 15.
They're not immediately recognizable. The reaction is something that makes a certain amount of sense to you. There are plants that do react to stimuli. They usually don't react quite so drastically, though.
So, hey, can I clarify the scene? They're pulling away from us, right? Faster than a vine normally would. Are they seemingly coming together to form one mass?
No, it's more of just like
Okay.
carpets of vines. There's ivy on the walls, so there's a lot of plant life.
Just making sure there's not a Cthulhu vine monster that's about to attack us.
They moving before we put our feet down, or when we put our feet down in reaction, they move away?
So you stop for a moment to kind of assess what's going on. And you recall when you first were walking down the hall, they weren't moving. You remember distinctly stepping on vines. And at some point, you stopped stepping on vines. So the sense that you're left with is probably that they are reacting to your movement and have started anticipating and getting out of the way.
Interesting. Movements like this would indicate some sort of thought pattern. It's not a reaction to a physical stimulus, it's a pre-reaction to a future stimulus.
So what?
Plant with brain?
Sick. Gary wants to go over and like if we're seeing that it's moving away, can she would like to reach out a hand and try to like touch a leaf to see if it shirks away from just like being touched even.
Okay, so you reach out to one of the leaves on the ground, on the wall?
On the
anywhere
wall.
specific, or
Yeah, on the wall.
You reach over and touch a leaf, and it feels leafy, maybe a little waxy, but not unusually so. It doesn't move.
I'm gonna look back at the dock and say, seems it's kind of friendly.
Let's hope
Didn't
so,
seem to
otherwise
mind.
I'm really going to regret us not bringing that flamethrower with us.
Well, don't talk so loud. It might be able to hear you.
Uran's gonna say while he's walking forward, air heavy, flame big, flamethrower bad.
As I recall, high oxygen environment.
Yes, high oxygen environment. Now, what I told perhaps another group that may have gone through here, firing a gun is not going to make this whole place blow up, but starting a fire might cause big problems.
Good to know.
Also, Duck, Martin, and Gary, could you both make perception checks for me?
I would love to. I'm gonna use my reroll for fun.
Oh, okay.
Hell yeah, it's a 17.
17 and 19. So as you two are talking, there's this little bit of a delay, and the leaf that Gary had reached out to touch curls up and pulls in.
It's like they don't think you're too friendly.
When you say curls up and pulls in, does it look like it's like it's collected something?
I mean, that wasn't the intention.
Okay, that's what I'm like. You know what I mean? Like there's plants like Venus flytraps, right? When something triggers it, it like pulls it in like that. Is it like that kind of emotion, or is it more like a wilting, like don't touch me kind of a vibe?
So let's say that this hand is the leaf. It has 5, leaves coming off of it. You were touching it, trying it. You guys started talking, and then it did this.
Okay.
How you interpret that is up to you.
Fair and valid. I just didn't know if it was like a,
It didn't seem to go.
Okay. Yeah,
like
that's
that. It
exactly.
seemed much more to go like that.
Okay. plant physics, everybody. Tune in 2 Fridays from now for more.
Did it go this way or this way?
I thought we were trying to like psychiatrists. Like, how are you feeling? Are you feeling wilted or?
Gary just gets down and starts like asking the plant about its day.
Pretty soon we're gonna have cool secret handshakes with the plants.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
And then Uran, you said you were going to continue down the hallway while they had this conversation?
Yeah.
Okay. I would like you to make a dexterity saving throw as you start walking down the hall.
Oh, my second best stat. Dexterity. Oh wait, also get. Sorry. Dexterity.
Talos, while he does that and sorts that out, what are you up to while he starts walking down the hall?
I feel like I'm behind everyone, kind of taking up the rear and ushering everybody down the hallway. I wouldn't be far behind everyone. I think it'd be pretty close. Just checking, seeing if I notice anything that they don't.
What did you get, Uran?
I got a 27 because
27?
I really like to avoid stuff.
Okay. You start walking down through the hall, and these vines that were moving out of your way, one of them tried, instead of moving away, it kind of bumped up in front of your foot, and you trip over it a little bit and stumble.
I no longer like vines. He'll look at the vines and say, next time I shoot glass. And he'll keep walking.
Okay. Uran continues down the hall. The rest of you?
Catch up or get left behind.
Yeah, Gary just looks at the leaf she touches and go, my bad, all right, my bad, as she continues to follow.
Okay. Go ahead.
I do have one thing. So as I'm watching this, so I know that there are 3 different races among us. I'm curious if there's any difference in how it's reacting to the 3 different races of us. Is it uniform? Like, is it acting the same to me and to the 2 humans? And
yeah, it seems to be reacting the same way. Yes.
Got it. This isn't sure. I'm trying to figure out what the vines are for.
Yep. Nope. That's fine. The 2 of you that were, picking up speed to catch up with Uran, I need you to make dex saves too.
Shave.
So an 8 for Dr. Eric Martin.
A check or a save?
A save.
Oh no!
9 for Gary Bradford.
Our engineer! It's broken!
Oof.
I'm trying to look if I have anything and it doesn't look
It looked like you were giving me the, oh wait, please.
I have a +2, but I don't think that's enough. I was going to see if I had something else that could give me a minor boost and then combo, but I don't think I do.
So the 2 of you turn and start picking up speed to catch up with Uran, and immediately you both trip and fall on your faces on these vines. You can feel them kind of grabbing at you, but not going out of their way to hold you down.
I think she falls and the wind gets knocked out of her a bit. And she'll roll over, and as they're kind of trying to like move around, she's going to do that on her back, kind of kick back down the hall towards Uran, just kind of like, ah!
I think, yeah, as you fall over, Eric is right behind you, and as he kind of sees you fall over, he goes, watch first, and then he trips as well. Thinking that it was, clumsiness and not the plants acting against them, and then realizing it.
You get up and brush yourselves off and get about halfway through, and the vines are much more active at the halfway point. Some of the smaller vines on the glass panes, you can actually hear the click as they are hitting against the panes. The ones on the ground start writhing. There is a lot more movement going on. Halfway.
Keeper, I would like to read a bad situation. Uh,
Perception, nature, investigation. I will accept any of all the above.
Real fast, I do have a question. So there was a cracked pane in the other room, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Did we see vines near that cracked pane?
Why don't you give me an intelligence check since you didn't ask when you were looking at the pane? We'll see if your character remembers anything unusual about that.
This isn't. Oh, fuck, I knew I should have done that. Okay. Yep. Yeah, no. If I dump all my stuff in, it's still not going to count. Nope.
You have no recollection at all of what that.
Cool. So, you said nature or perception, or what was the third one?
I was trying to think of things that might help. Nature and perception were the two that came to mind.
Yeah.
I think I might have said investigation.
Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be perception. How about, I'm going to use one of the things, 17.
17? You start kind of like, so what are you looking for again? You're trying to see...
So they're going like they're halfway down. It's more active. I'm behind. I'm watching this happen. I'm seeing people start to trip. I'm seeing the vines be more active. I'm curious if this is a let's push forward or I need to call out and let's go back. This is not the right way to go.
What you're able to perceive is that the vines are very much more active than they were when you first started going down this hallway. Just like the steps in the hall, it may be that your continued presence has caused them to accelerate their response to the stimuli you are providing.
Yep, get hungry. So I'm going to ask, they're hungry. I get it. So follow-up question with the same role. Mm-hmm. Are there enough vines to completely entangle and entrap us?
There might be.
I don't like these answers.
With a 17, yeah, there are. Yeah, 17's enough to say yeah. There are sufficient vines along the floor and the walls to completely entrap the four of you.
Are we sure that we would like to push forward along this path?
Gary's already, like, as Talos asks that, Gary has pushed up off the floor and is kind of scrambling towards Uran down the end of the hall, and she just, this place sucks, let's go. And she's gonna start moving as quickly as she can, understanding that the vines are all over the floor, but doing that like awkward like leap jump to try and not touch them, and start running down the hall.
Okay. Running is incredibly difficult because it is difficult terrain. They are going to be grabbing after you.
You're running away from me or towards me?
I'm running towards the end we were trying to go. Like, if they're getting more agitated, like the way Gary's reading that is get through before it's closed off.
Got it.
Uran and Gary, you make it about 3/4 of the way down the hall, and the vine activity has picked up significantly. And one of the vines swings up toward you, Uran, and it doesn't seem to be swimming at you, though, just towards you, and it slams against the glass on one side, close to your head, and 4 glass panes break near to you. Now, when I say break, they don't shatter, but there are these cracks across 4 panes, and this black smog begins to seep into the hallway.
From my own memory of Uran, when I saw down the hall, there was no... Okay, I understand what's going on. Uran is going to shout to the rest of the team, run. And then he is going to break out into a run as well.
Okay, I need you to make a dexterity save as you start running.
Okay. Dex save? Oh, no problem. 18.
18. The vines are trying very much so to grasp at your feet as you start running, but you skip out of the way of them, keep going through, and you run and make it out to the end of the hallway. Gary, we'll go over to, we're kind of bouncing around. Dr. Martin, you're about halfway through. You were following along with Gary, I believe.
Yeah, as Gary kind of gets up and runs that way, kind of looking back at Thalos, who seems assumingly is like, let's leave this way, and he's just like, and then kind of, and he's trying to get up still. I think there's been a couple vines around him, but I think kind of getting up. Are the vines picking up everywhere, or was it just farther ahead they're picking up more?
It's farther ahead that they're picking up, so you are going toward the picking up vines.
All right. Does Thalos looks like he's gonna stick it out or gonna do whatever the group looks like? Actually, probably just Thalos, are you coming, or are we finding a different way?
Talos starts running.
Okay.
Eric will get up and try and run as well.
Okay. I need both of you to give me dexterity saves. Both of you face plant after you take just a couple steps. Boom, boom, boom. Now, as far as Thalos is concerned, the broken panes are quite a ways away. As far as Dr. Eric Martin is concerned, there's black smog coming towards your face. Gary, go ahead.
I'm just gonna see if I've got something. I have a skill, but these aren't machines, so I don't think it would help unless you allow it.
You want to kick the windows?
Well, I've got one that's tune up. So I can add my intelligence modifier to amount repaired whenever I repair a machine or grant a machine. But these aren't really machines, so it doesn't feel relevant.
Well, so knowing that class, I am fine with you attempting to fix the glass panes, if that's what you're thinking about, as though it were some kind of machine, because you're essentially just repairing something.
Caw, you brought duct tape. Caw.
Oh yeah, exactly. That's my thing. Is Gary has freaking just duct tape in her pockets. Yes. So, if I could, moving just to buy them time, because clearly, they're going to need it. I'd like to move over to the panes and just ripping long strips of tape to put across the largest cracks in this glass.
Yep. Go ahead and give me an engineering check.
I would love to do that. That's a 14.
A 14 is a success. I believe you have the ability to return hit points to a machine.
Yes. Let me read how this works.
I think it's a D8.
You add your intelligence modifier to the amount repaired whenever you repair a machine. Let's see. I mean, the whack it skill is 1d6 temporary hit points. But I don't think that's what we're doing here.
Let me try and grab the repair rules real quick. Because I know that... Yes, so I wrote this in as I knew that you had the ability to repair stuff. Yes. So I anticipated that, but I did not look up. 2d6 plus your intelligence mod.
Alright, so let's go 2d6. My intelligence modifier is 4, so that's 12.
12? So that is all 4 of the glass panes you are able to tape up so that the smog is no longer coming in. And as it starts dissipating along the floor, the vines are moving away from it.
Gary's as she's stretching this duct tape and just slapping it onto the glass, she's gonna look at the doctor and Talos and say, "Hey, two stooges, let's go."
Yeah.
Get up and run.
Get up and run. So essentially, these failures don't mean you're making no progress. I'm kind of keeping incremental progress in my mind. So you get up and start running again, which is another dex save as you're trying to go past the vines. It's a little bit easier because right now they're trying to get away from the smog on the ground.
16.
17. Can I ask a question? You said as the smog disappears, the vines
Yep.
move away from where it was?
They're trying to move away from the smog, and it is
As it
dissipating.
comes in.
So
Okay,
it could
so
be a
they're filling
it could
in-
be a
they're
matter of
filling
where the
in.
conjunction is. Yeah, they're trying to get away from it until it is
As
gone
it
before
goes
they go back.
away, they fill up the void. Got it.
Correct. Yep. So they are definitely actively avoiding it and returning when it's gone.
Balanced
So you
equation,
two,
Smog and vines.
yes, that is the great balance. So you two go hustling down the hall. You're able to hop over some of these vines as they are trying to work their way through. Dr. Martin, you're just about out. One more success would be sufficient. Gary, if you are going to head for the edge, or are you going to wait in the middle?
No, Gary's gonna try and catch up. Like, she's repaired these, but she does not want to just stand here with this plant life.
Okay. A 13 is sufficient. You're fine to keep going. You and Doc Martin are about one more success away. Thalos, you are two more successes away as you are behind the rest as they picked up the pace.
Well, let's get one of those out of the way right now, shall we?
Sounds great. You trip and fall along the way, and as you do, these vines they reconvene, they pick up their activity, and they start breaking glass panes again, and 6 glass panes around you crack. The duct tape just kind of peels away and falls down as the smog starts to head your way. Mechanically, another failure, you're going to contact the smog, but it's easier because the vines are trying to avoid it.
Mm-hmm.
If you have any ideas of anything to use, anyone can feel free to act. Otherwise, I'll just have you run for it, which is just a straight another dex save.
Uran is going to run back for him.
Okay, give me a dex save, Uran.
All right. Where's my dex? Oh, stupid hat. 16.
16 is more than enough. You are able to make your way back to where Talos is, pull him up to his feet, and Talos, go ahead and give me a dexterity save with advantage as Uran starts chugging you down the hall.
How about a nat 20 for a 19?
There
A
we
nat
go.
20, regardless of the modifier, counts as 2 successes, and the two of you are able to burst out of this hallway as the smog starts filling the space in the middle.
I appreciate your help.
Now we even.
For now.
Don't be too happy. We may have to come back this way.
I'm sure we can find another way around. There were other doors.
Worse than this.
It's possible.
Is the whole group here yet?
Oh yeah, the whole group comes through. The vines, as they leave this hallway, go off to the sides, revealing an open path in front of you to a kind of an antechamber feeling room. It's about the size of the conservatory you were in. There's not much in here at all. It seems to be mostly abandoned. There's more dead plant life than living, except for around the edges where these vines kind of split to work their way around. You can see through another short path, not another 100-foot one, another short path without vines on the ground. You can see from here what looks like a large pyramidal structure just beyond.
Was that the same structure I saw when I first looked out the window?
It is likely. Well, no, so let me rephrase that. The structure that you saw could probably contain what you can see in the distance.
So this is not. All right. That's what I wanted to make sure.
This is probably in the building you saw because you saw it from the outside.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
All right, where are we heading, gents?
Uran will point to the pyramid structure. Good first place to look.
Uh,
Central location, I agree.
Anybody recognize the architecture? Know what we're dealing with here?
Take a
You
look.
can give me a culture check.
At advantage. Everybody's at advantage.
Yeah, I think Gary wouldn't. I don't know if she would know. That's why she's calling it out, leaning on the expertise of the party.
I mean,
Ron doesn't care.
Yeah.
I'm
I-
trained, but
Yeah, and I feel like I would have the most experience as a Tok'ra, like with potentially something like this, so I can make the check. Plus I have a +6. 24.
24. So you are trying to assess what one more time, just so I
I'm
can
trying
answer
to
properly?
I'm trying to answer the question that Gary had.
What do we is this architecture familiar to us? Like, is there any indication that this might be, gold? Like, what is its influence? Obviously, it's a pyramid, but
So as you are looking around, there's a couple things. First, the immediate room you're in, this kind of antechamber room. Again, it's a glass-walled conservatory. You start paying closer attention to the frame that is around these glass panes. As you start looking, you realize the panes aren't exactly even. They're slightly different sizes, but approximately the same. There's something organic about their structure. You get the sense with a 24, these feel like they've been grown rather than built.
Panes?
The glass panes and the
Have been
frames
grown.
around. Yes, it seems as though the structure has been grown. In the distance, that pyramidal structure you see, it looks much more like a ziggurat rather than an Egyptian pyramid. So it's much more of a stepped pyramid. You're too far away to get too much of a better idea, but it seems to be about 50 or so feet tall. It's definitely in another room beyond, but because of all the glass and the fog, the smog kind of clears just a little bit as the winds blow, to give you a decent idea that there's something. It's definitely not Egyptian. It feels older than that.
So this all seems much older than other things we've seen. And the glass panes are possibly growing, maybe alive.
are they actually glass? Can I take a look to see if they were like crystal or something?
You can definitely take a look at them. You try a hardness test. You don't want to break one of them because there's the smog on the outside. It's definitely a mineral, I suppose, for lack of a better descriptor. Like, it doesn't feel fleshy or anything.
Yeah,
It doesn't feel like the wall of a cell. It feels like something
I'm
hard.
wondering if it's like,
like a membrane.
crystal.
Yeah, it doesn't
is
feel
what
like
I'm
a
thinking.
membrane. It tinks when you hit you take your combat knife. You're like tink tink tink.
Is there like any from one of the broken panes? Is there any that is broken and the glass shard would be outside the range of the smoke?
Yeah, you'd be able
way.
to have. Sorry, you'd have been able to. I got reversed at some point. You'd have been able to pick up a glass shard at some point, and by all appearances, it seems crystalline. It seems
I'm gonna take it as a sample.
okay. Sounds good. You have a glass shard.
I'm writing it down.
Shall we
Okay.
press forward then?
yeah. Before
Let's go.
this thing grows around us and keeps us here, huh?
Uran will lead the way down the clear hallway.
So we're going to take in just a moment a break, but before we do, you start walking toward that larger chamber. You get to the end of this kind of this antechamber, this smaller room in between, this short hallway. As you get to the short hallway, the vine's gone. There's not that fear of that vine, breaking down this hall as you pass through it. You start looking around, and there is a distinct difference between what's around you here and what is within the next room. The first thing you notice is while everything here has been, for the most part, whole, it's been dirty, dingy, unused. But as you look within the next chamber, it seems clean and fresh and new. And what's also unusual is there is a slight green tinged shimmer to the air just beyond this short hallway. And I'll let you chew on that while we take a brief break. We will be back in a few minutes. Hello, and thank you for sticking around. Sorry for the ups and downs of what's going on. We're trying to sort out some tech issues, and hopefully we've got them. Well, we're going to cross our fingers. We left off with the group getting ready to pass into the kind of this last major chamber. There's this short hallway. There's this green shimmer in the air. Everything beyond the shimmer appears clean and fresh and new. And as the four of you are standing there, Dr. Martin, you kind of take notice. You've been keeping your eye open. You notice what appears to be a about cantaloupe-sized seed pod on the ground nearby.
Looks like some sort of seed. Is this maybe what is growing all these plants?
Is usually how plant life works.
Does it look like it's one big seed, or is it because like a cantaloupe has many seeds inside?
You'd probably have to open the shell to get an idea, but it looks like it has kind of closed-in petals. But that's just kind of your gut reaction. And as to not terrify the players, Mr. Saito gifted us a magic item, so they found a useful seed pod for when they get back to base.
Oh yes, thank you.
So it's not a mysterious locked door we can't get through. It is a gift.
Yay!
A present from the gods.
I was afraid just taking it would make people angry, but who cares, right?
Yeah, just take it.
That's the point.
It's
I
ours
feel like,
now.
I feel like we've learned to be cautious of things.
Okay,
You know,
but like rule number 1 of Basilisk, all right? Finders, keepers, losers, weepers. Like
Fair.
That's
it is what it is.
Sure.
While my team ogles a ball, Uran is going to take one of his C4 charges and put it just inside the entrance of the tunnel.
Okay.
Gonna set it for a 10-minute charge, and
Okay.
just leave it there, waiting for someone to accidentally press the on button.
All right.
So not actually armed, but ready with
Not
a 10-minute
armed,
charge.
but it's ready to arm with a 10-minute timer.
Yep.
I would. Do we all see you do that, by the way, or are you trying to be sneaky about it?
No,
I'm
not
focused
being
on the-
sneaky. I am literally just working.
You do know that won't close off the outside. It will flood this chamber with smog.
The purpose I learned from our last trip is that we need an exit plan. I'll push on our way out.
That seems like a final exit plan to me, no matter when you push it.
Well, let's hope we are on the other side of it.
We'll be on the other side of something.
So we're on the right side.
No, nobody's ever accused me of being that, Doc.
And it's got, I want to make sure just so say it out loud. I'm going to say 15-second timer.
Wait, 10 minutes or 15 seconds?
10 minutes or 15 seconds?
15.
the
No,
DM.
sorry. I forgot.
There's
I forgot
a
to
big
I
damn
forgot to
difference
green.
between 10 minutes and 15 seconds.
No, it's not
Wide
armed.
gap.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I should say this better. Maybe I didn't say it right. I'm gonna set it so that it's pre-timed for since my dex of my group 30 seconds. So then when we leave, all I gotta do is just press arm and then we run.
And then 30 seconds. Okay, got it.
So it's hit the button and you have 30 seconds to run away from a quarter pound of C4.
Yes,
And then Nakatomi Plaza out the window. Got it.
exactly.
All right. So, and 30 seconds an amount of time everyone's comfortable with. Remember, there was a hallway that you kept tripping over almost immediately.
Well,
wait, okay.
he did say that he's not going to do it until we're far enough. We're down the hallway.
All right, let's put
Okay.
it like this. I am an explosive expert. I would probably reduce the amount of C4 so that it only destroys this tunnel without blowing the backside out. So
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
I just
if I
want
got to
to
use a reduced amount, I would probably end up using a reduced amount.
So my goal is to just make sure that the intended results and what will happen when you push the button match.
Yes.
That's my.
All right.
That's my goal.
30-second fuse blows the tunnel entrance.
Got it.
Can everyone set that fuse?
Yes.
Last person out who sets it.
Okay.
Or second to last, if we're close enough.
All right. Got it. I think I understand. We have an exit plan with a button that, when pressed, will give you 30 seconds before C4 goes off, sufficiently enough to blow this small tunnel in between the antechamber and the larger room beyond.
Copy.
Okay. Got it. I'm clear.
Just to be clear, before we go forward here, this is different architecture than the Goa'uld we're used to. This is ancient. This likely predates the Goa'uld that we know.
Does it predate the Stargate, from what you know?
Yeah, that I'm not sure of. I mean, I know about the older stuff, but I don't know about the Stargate and the timeline for that one. That's me to the GM. Sorry.
No, the answer is no. It does not predate the Stargate.
Okay.
So what you're telling me is there's good shit here.
There might be, yes. At some point, the Goa'uld all came under one house and unified in one aesthetic, for lack of a better word. This likely predates that.
General perception of what we see around us again?
So I put you on the map just to put you on the map, but you're not actually in this room yet. You are just outside of this room.
We did see that it was a ziggurat, not a pyramid, though. That's why I said
Correct.
that.
Yep, you can clearly see it's a ziggurat, not a pyramid, which is that general feel. What you see is going to be, it's what you can see from here is that ziggurat, some designs, everything being clean, everything being crisp, the green shimmer that's at that border between. And those are the important notes.
Uran will step through first.
Step through the shimmer?
Yep. Minigun at the ready.
All right. As you take a step forward, I would like you to roll a d6 for me.
3.
3. Have any of you determined how old your characters are?
I mean,
I have somewhere.
Not even an
Stand
option
by.
on here. It's not even an option on here. Let me roll for it.
Okay.
Wait, how old do Unas live?
yeah, are you asking for, like, my host or my symbiote?
The host.
Oh. Well, now I gotta look that up.
So everyone can kind of
stand
sort that out.
Mm-hmm.
And Uran, whatever number you come up with, I would like you to subtract 3 years from that.
Copy.
As you pass through this shimmer, there is this strength that fills you. You feel invigorated. You feel powerful. You feel young. You step into this chamber and you look around and you are in an absolutely massive room. There are outbuildings along the exterior. There is the sound of water in the trench not too far away from you. There is a bridge leading up toward this 50-foot tall ziggurat. And walking across the bridge is a singular figure. They look floral in nature. And they stop at the end of the bridge, quite a ways away from the shimmer, which is effectively on the border of this map. Their body is green and leafy. There's no distinctive elements of clothing visible in any way. They're adorned in flowers that are either in buds or in full bloom. And as they stop at that bridge, you suddenly have an odd sensation. You take a breath, and there are these scents in the air that fill your mind and fill your nostrils. And you're met with an odd feeling. Something that it takes you a moment to put a finger on. The feeling that Uran has is of returning back to your home and tribe after a hunt. The way that that feels when everyone is there waiting for your arrival and pleased that you've returned.
What I expect. He's going to lower his chain gun, well, his minigun, and try to approach the closest figure.
Okay. You should be able to see the figure at the end of the bridge. The rest of you can see through the green shimmer. There's this... the height. They're about 8.5 feet tall. They have 2 arms that are held directly to the sides, and they have 2 others, so a total of 4 arms, that are kind of folded in front of them. The rest of you see Uran lower his weapon and start walking forward.
I will follow.
As you pass through the shimmer, roll a d6, subtract that from your age.
Yeah, that's right. Talos is getting young.
And as you get close to the creature, you have an unusual sense that encompasses you. There's this aroma and a feeling that washes over you, and it feels like coming back from a long journey when you were away for a while and someone was happy to see you.
No reaction. Waiting for Uran.
Gary's gonna look at them because she can't really see what's going on. Look over at the dock. Look at the bridge. Should we get this soiree kicked off? Not much of a party without us.
Yeah, I figure we might as well step in. Let's let Thalos and Uron take with the talking at least. They seem to have an idea of what's going on here.
Sure. You do realize in order to have a good party, you do need to talk, right?
For some people, maybe. He's gonna step in.
Yeah, so does Gary.
As you pass through the shimmer, roll your d6s, subtract from your age. Yep. You guys feel free to track it. I don't have your ages written down. And as you do, Gary, you also get the feeling. It reminds you of a time that you went to summer camp when you were younger. And it was the first time that you were away from your family, especially some members of your family. And you remember the feeling when you came back from summer camp and they were so glad to see you again. That's the feeling that washes over you. And Dr. Martin, you as well. reminds you of when you had been away on a research project, probably finishing up one of your degrees, and you were away from someone dear to you, who you knew you wanted to get back to as quickly as possible. And that feeling of when you returned and that smile on their face, that washes over you.
Something weird with the air in here.
Yeah, that's... Huh.
The creature unfurls the 4 sets of branches and leaves in what seems like a greeting, while the others across the bridge that you can see in the distance just appear to be waiting and watching.
Hello.
It tilts its head, and there is this sense of you were traveling somewhere, and when you arrived, it wasn't where you thought you were going. It was confusion.
Okay, so the player might have picked up on this, and I want to confirm. Do I get the sense that they are projecting images into our heads as communication?
The feeling that you are getting as the player, as the characters even, which I'm fine with you starting to piece together, is they are essentially evoking emotions within you that would be unique to each of you. So it takes different form. Even though
put my translator away then.
Okay.
That's probably not going to help me right here.
Nope.
We are here looking for a crystal.
So you just speak this out loud? That's the plan?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
The creature tilts its head, and you get that same feeling of being confused.
And Uran rolled a 6 on his insight, so he has no idea where these feelings are coming from.
About the 2 doctors.
Gary's gonna look at the creature and then at the party and just kind of hang back a little bit. She is not liking this.
You say that out loud, or you just hanging back?
Yeah, I think she'd say out loud, yeah, I don't care for this.
What not like? It is nice here. And he says that he's just kind of drifting off.
Anything this nice can't be true.
Uran's gonna start walking farther into town.
Okay. So as you are, thinking about how nice it is here, how beautiful and pleasant it is, there is a feeling that returns to you. It is the feeling you get when you're right.
$16 on my insight to feel like that's actually true.
So what you start to pick up is that when you started to feel that and express that emotion of how nice it is, that's when the creature seemed to respond back to you. So you insight without any kind of ambiguity or skepticism, if you push your emotions toward them, they push emotions toward you.
Okay. Uran will look at the creature and push feeling of green glow. Well, the feeling of, yes, a green glow, kind of like the one we shimmered through.
The creature turns and gestures with two of its branch-like appendages up toward the top of the pyramid. And at the top, you see this 2-meter wide ancillary sphere spinning. And there's this glow within that feeling when the stream drops and everything goes a little sideways, but it's okay because we love being here. Thank you for your patience. We were in the middle of this little bit of an exchange. Uran is trying to push the feelings of wanting to see something. And I was about to say that you get a feeling sent back to you, Uran, of when you were younger and you found some meat on your own. You were trying to do some hunting of yourself, some scavenging on your own, and it was from a creature that's poisonous on your world. And when you tried to take a bite, your parents slapped it out of your hands and denied you that.
So I'm trying to figure out, is he saying, no, I can't see it, or is he saying it's poisonous to me?
There's this moment's consideration,
Yeah.
and all of you get the same emotion. It just takes different forms in each of your minds. So I won't describe the specifics to each of you, but it does tie to specific memories that you have. So you start these memories start flooding through and stacking on top of each other, and it's not so much the events of the memories, but the feelings you had while these events were happening, and you feel invited. You feel the sense of gathering with strangers. You feel a sense of sharing and talking, of decisions that need made, and of others that have to be included. And this creature gestures across the bridge to the others and crosses into this plaza where 8 of these beings have kind of gathered, curiously looking your way.
Ron will say to the group, since they obviously can't understand us, if we want the green rock, we need to befriend plants.
Oh, that should be no problem. We're a bunch of real likable people.
Sounds like one solution.
GM.
Yes.
Seeing everyone else reacting to these emotions and seeing the emotions coming back, could I reasonably put together that it's an emotional communication?
Yep. So
okay.
Essentially for all of you, it is an empathetic communication. You're not communicating directly, you're communicating indirectly using just emotions, and the effect that it has on each of you is unique. So to communicate, the way that I would recommend is you share some event that would be how you felt during that event, and that feeling is what will be presented to them. Now, they're not going to remember it the same way. So if you remember as a kid falling out of a tree and hurting your knee, they're not going to remember falling out of a kid when they were a kid and hurting their knee, but they might remember when one of the panes cracked and the black smog came in and got them on the leg. So it's just the feeling is the communication.
Yeah.
I have a hunch. And GM, I have sent you what I would like to communicate.
Yes. All right. To any of them specifically, or at the moment, as they pass across the bridge, a lot of those feelings kind of pass. So that is something that if they're kind of inviting you to come talk, so if you would like to enter the area and then kind of project that emotion.
Like whoever I would go up to, like whoever's the person who seems to be receiving us, I guess.
So you cross the bridge, and as you get closer, you start, sending these feelings their way, and you're the only one close enough to get the response. There is uncertainty, there's confusion, and there's the feeling you had that you almost remembered something, but not quite.
I don't think they mean us any harm. We should just break bread, as they say in your world.
Sure, but is that going to get us what we're here for?
Do we have time?
Uran makes a good point. I didn't bring my special lung oil can. So whatever we need to do it quick.
Besides the 24-hour timer, did you set the C4?
You saw.
Seemingly we have a couple hours then.
Your death day, not mine.
Well, their death day, not ours.
Gary will begrudgingly start walking forward into the area. Just looking around, clearly uncomfortable, but...
So sorry for some brand new internet in the household, and it is behaving poorly with the local hardware. So the new internet is being a rude guest. You got a roommate you thought would be great, and is now...
How dare. Not doing their dishes.
You know that feeling when the roommate isn't who you thought they would be, and anyway, that's enough filler to allow folks to see that it bumped off and bumped back in. So you had started to say something when the internet cut, but what I'm going to say is, if you have the PDFs of your rule books, I want to point you to page 138. So one of the things that Stargate the RPG has are multiple different encounter types, and I'm getting the feeling you're not coming in guns blazing, so they are inviting you to a little bit of a soiree. So what we are going to do is a diplomatic function. It is a way of engaging with a new group of people in a positive manner. So there are a number of these individuals. You can interact with them, talk with them. There's essentially going to be one action that each of you can take. And those actions are on page 139. You can try to ingratiate yourself to someone, which means be pleasant, make small talk. You can assist one of your teammates. You can try and persuade someone to, come to your side of an issue. You can obfuscate, which is you can hide something from an individual or a group. You can inquire, where you can ask questions, or you can thwart, which is if anybody is working against you, you can try and keep them from having any kind of success. So those are the actions that you have to take. And it's fine to have to go over this a couple times. So essentially, you pick someone you're interacting with, you choose one of those, we put everything in order, and then we resolve it. So to do this, what we need to start with is the social initiative, which is called the Moxie instead of initiative. So if you would, click on your token, roll Moxie, and that is the order that everyone will act in.
I didn't click on the token.
I can... It doesn't matter what order I say it in, it will always happen.
Always.
So I am going to
I'm usually
roll
good
them.
about that. I feel real bad.
So each of them enter the order. And I don't know why it's not putting their name on there, but that's all right. That's the way it goes sometimes. Or I will roll all of those while not clicking on the tokens the exact same way I just mentioned. Well, crap. What is it about? If you say it, it will...
Say it, don't spray it. That's not what you mean.
Say it, don't spray it. Now if I roll that. All right, that one's in. And if I roll this one here, that one's in without a name, which is weird, but I'll be fine. And if I roll this one, that one's in also without a name, but I will sort it out. All right, so the way that this works is you choose what you're going to do in order, and we resolve it backwards. So essentially, you choose your action, we go through everything, and then the actions go through backwards. It's the diplomatic function. So as you cross this bridge, these other tall creatures make their way over to you, and the feelings that wash over you are kind of a confusion, and there is uncertainty, and there is happiness, and there is eagerness, and there is fear, and these are washing over you from every direction. And it's hard to put a finger on exactly where the feelings are coming from. So I'm going to move you all up into the plaza, just to put you in the plaza itself and kind of center us a little bit. Two of these creatures are on the stairs, kind of in the way from going up to the top of this tower. The one in front of you is actually going to walk over to this one, and they start interacting with each other a little bit. It's hard, you don't have any way of getting a feeling of what's going on. This one does the same here, and they start... you can see them gesturing. You can even see the pollen that is kind of coming off of them as they start interacting with each other. The ones next to them do that. This one walks up to you, Dr. Martin. And you start getting a sense of kind of questioning, welcoming. It is the way you felt at your first class as a freshman in undergrad, when the professor was trying to say hello, to interact. So that's the sense that you have from them. Robotic, what are you going to do?
Robotic. Well, since he's not...
sorry, Uran.
Yeah, sorry. Let's see. From this list, I'm just gonna try and integrate myself with the party.
Okay. Which of them are you going to kind of go ingratiate yourself with?
Let's go.
And just put your token next to the one you want to interact with.
That makes more sense.
Yep.
So he wasn't very helpful. So let's go talk to this one over here.
Okay. So your intention is to ingratiate. So we'll hold on to that. And that will be, when we go back through, that's what, we'll play that out when it goes back through. Gary, what is your plan?
Gary is going to drift over here. Just kind of like feeling the feelings as she walks by, as just trying to put out like almost meeting her first grade teacher, like that excitement of like meeting someone but knowing that there's respect connected to it, you know what I mean? Like she's trying to project that kind of vibe out and away, but not like yelling it, just kind of like if anybody gets close to her, she's gonna move over here and try to get a better vantage point of this structure in front of her.
Okay. So that will be your plan, Sorry.
It's okay. Can I tell without like being part of this this encounter, who looks to be the one that is like the, for lack of a better word, the diplomat? Like, who's the one that's kind of is their leader? That would be the one we need to talk to. Can I tell that without being part of the encounter? Or is that going to be my action for the encounter, as like an inspect?
So your action would be essentially an inquire,
Or inquire,
and then
yeah.
we'll use your inquire to try and gather information.
Cool. That's what I'd like to do.
Okay. So these two, double check something real quick. And ignore that name because that is really funny. Okay. We're not going to talk vocabulary right now. That's supposed to say gymnos. I left out an M. It should be Gymnos, which is a plant term, rather than gynos, which is not a plant term. Now I wish I never saw that until someone else pointed it out. In any event, these ones, they have more like needle-like appendages. They're not as floral as the other one. They look more like conifer trees, for lack of a term. One of them walks up to Gary, and the other one just stays up there. And then Dr. Martin, what is your action for this?
I think basically being Dr. Martin, straight to the point. He's gonna go with inquiry, and he's just gonna be straight. I guess if he's gonna try and figure out more information about the crystal, I think probably the best way is you guys have an artifact of large power here and just going straight to the punch.
Okay, sounds good. So which one are you inquiring with? Because it does make a difference.
I think not knowing any better, he's just going to do the person that came up to talk to him first.
The first one, okay. So that is everyone's decisions of what happened, and these get resolved in reverse order. So, Dr. Martin, your inquiry is what kind of goes off first, so to speak. So I would like you to, and you can wager a determination point to get advantage if you want. If you succeed, you keep the point. If you fail, you lose the point. It's just a currency that you can use. And then how are you inquiring? Are you being aggressive about it? Are you being gentle about it, logical about it?
So I think maybe should I describe how I'm doing it first, and then maybe we can decide what that means? So I think like straight off the bat, Dr. Eric Martin's going to be like, emotional communication. Great. Two of my least strengths, greatest weaknesses. And he's going to try and think out to what his focus is, which is discovery and learning. And so he's going to kind of focus on probably trying to feed back a memory back to them, and try to go with something like one of his discoveries on working out a problem, the feeling of understanding that comes with it, and then try to address that to an image of whatever's at the top of this ziggurat pyramid thing.
Okay, so go ahead and use any of your intelligence-based skills and give me a roll. Whatever you think is an appropriate thing to tie to that feeling. Maybe science would work.
Sure. So question there. I can use a determination to get advantage on it. If I have
Correct.
something like a Eureka, could I use that instead?
Not for this. This is a social
Okay,
interaction.
I just wanted to check because it just says for the check, and I wasn't sure if it would go through. I will. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll spend one for advantage.
Okay, go ahead and spend it. If you fail, you lose it. If you succeed, you get it. An 18.
I do have a -2 from chat, and I haven't rolled since I got it. Just
okay,
by the way.
so
I will
a 16. The 16 is still enough. It is a success, so you can have your determination point back. You start pushing this inquiry, this desire to discover, and the creature that you're speaking with, you get the feelings back of, yes, discovery is good, learning is good. You get a very positive response back from that interaction, so you feel, real good about how that exchange went. The next one, the one that is right next to Gary. Gary, a feeling of just utter disdain washes over you. It is the time that your uncle, the pain in the ass uncle that says, "Here, kid, have this candy, you'll love it," and they threw you a piece of black licorice. And being the poor, ignorant child you were, you gobbled up that black licorice and learned how awful its bitter taste was. That feeling of bitter taste is what you get from this creature washing over you.
As it happens, Gary does the, remembering the memory. But then she smiles. And she's gonna push back her swarmiest, just dripping in sincerity, that kind of so nice to meet you kind of vibe. It's her at her college listening to her professors talk about advanced mechanics, and just her being like, okay, yeah, all right.
There's this clash of wills, and you feel like you got the best of it. Talos.
Yeah, so I would, I guess I would project the emotion of wanting conversation. I don't know if you need a very specific memory tied to that emotion or not. I feel like the emotion of wanting to connect is kind of a pure emotion.
And then you were seeking which one would be good to talk to get that idea.
Who would be the most effective one to talk to? Who's the most receptive to me projecting that emotion?
Then go ahead and give me either a nature or an insight.
Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna go with the insight check there because the nature's not so good. Hey, that's a 22.
22. You start looking around, and you're able to assess the general mood of a lot of these creatures. You start to understand that this one that Dr. Martin is speaking with was maybe a little uncertain, but kind of liked you, and now likes you much better. You get the feeling that the one expressing itself to Gary despises you. And I'm going to put dots on these. So the ones that are red absolutely despise you and are going to be acting against your best wishes. The ones that are green like you and are actively going to be helping. The ones that aren't haven't decided yet.
Help you as in the group, right?
As in the group.
Okay.
What you know about these, or at least what you're able to assess about these, is they are probably on the democratic side of things.
Can movement happen in this stage too, or no?
Oh yeah, move all you'd like.
Fantastic. I'd like to put myself between red and green and give a subtle nod to Dr. Martin that this is probably the person we should be talking to, I would accidentally try to communicate that emotionally, and then realize that Dr. Martin doesn't know.
There's no way he picked that up.
And we'll say this one wants to talk with us.
Good. That's the feeling I've been getting from him.
I missed a dot somewhere.
I was confirming your feeling.
I'm glad I didn't miss it.
You did not miss it. I was confirming that. And we can keep going back and forth until the GM realizes where his dot is supposed to be.
Yep, sorry, found the dot. I thought I missed a dot. I didn't miss a dot. I thought I missed a dot. So no, it's even right now.
The dots, HP, what do they mean?
The dots! Green, they like you. Red, they hate you. You want them all. You want more greens than reds. Uran, so you were interacting with this one up here, kind of ingratiating yourself to them.
Mhm.
So how are you going about that? Are you going about that logically, emotionally, charismatically?
He is going to do it emotionally.
Okay.
He's going to project a memory of back when he was younger in his tribe, a coming to age ritual, a completion of a hunt, the celebration back with the other youths upon being successful. The feelings of bond, a community. He's going to project that onto the plant creature in front of him.
All right, go ahead and give me a wisdom-based skill.
Really?
I asked you how you want to do it.
I'm gonna roll that one in D20 just because. Straight wisdom, 12.
12 is exactly enough. You start projecting these feelings toward this creature, and you feel that although it's not completely sided with you and your group, it's moving in that direction.
That's a +0, by the way, chat.
Hey, when you hit the number, you hit the number.
Hit the number.
Gary, you were also ingratiating yourself, I think, when you went up to this one.
Yeah, when she's just kind of that very like, hey, I'm here to hang out or whatever.
Sure. So logically, emotionally, or charismatically?
Logically being intelligence, yeah.
Yep.
I'm looking. Yeah, I mean it would be logically. I think this guy comes up and tries to throw some like psha vibes at her, and I think her response would be it seems a bit the sense of like underestimating, you know what I mean? Like perhaps hers would be, thinking like seeing something and thinking that's no big deal, and then having it play out poorly. So not like a threat, but more like you don't really logically, you can't just look at somebody and know their intentions. Maybe I'm a cool dude.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an intelligence-based skill that you feel would be appropriate for this social interaction.
Okie dokie Loki. I'm gonna do engineering for social engineering.
That's perfectly fine. And because you are using intelligence with this particular one, you get advantage, which isn't going to matter either way.
23, boss.
Okay, so this one still doesn't like any of you. But it seems to understand you a little bit more. So you get a feeling of camaraderie to a certain degree, and more like, not camaraderie, more like begrudging acceptance of your existence. That's the feeling you get.
Gary doesn't push it, but she does wink.
Okay. And then there are these, which is this one and this one. They're not taking any relevant actions. This one is, however, and Uran, you're close enough that you start picking up the emotions. You can tell they're not directed at you. So all of these are tinged by the feeling you have of being like the third wheel of a couple. You're there, and there's some interaction going on, and you can experience that, but you know you're not really part of that. And you get a wave of fear washing over you when there were noises in the dark and you didn't know what the noises were and they frightened you. So you definitely get you over here, so to speak. That's what this one is saying to the other. And the response from the other is they're not convinced. They are more curious than frightened. So, as everyone kind of mills about and discusses things for a while, there is this feeling in the air of a change. And all of the creatures, except the two at the stairs, move together. And they start to sway and flow, almost in a dance of sorts. You're left with the distinct impression that something has changed in this encounter. They are moving on to something deeper, and they all start to dance. This one takes that action, that one takes that action. Gary, what are you going to do as these creatures begin to dance?
Oh no. Is angry they're all starting to dance?
All of them are. Even the ones that don't like you join in this dance. It's all you start watching, and the way that they're flowing, there's really no other description of what they're doing.
Gary is going to try and I'm like reading through the moves here to try and decide what's the best that I think obfuscate. Gary's gonna try and obfuscate. So like they're dancing. She's gonna look over to Talos and Martin and nod up this structure, indicating, let's use this. And she's going to try and keep these guys involved in their ritual and miss out on some of the guests slipping away to grab this thing.
Okay, sounds good. We'll keep that in mind. Uran, what are you going to do during this?
Uran is going to walk towards this one who had the wave of fear.
Yep.
And he is going to try to persuade him by mimicking his dance.
Okay. So you're going to participate in the dance and then do your best to kind of persuade that there's nothing to fear.
Yeah.
Okay, Saint? Talos?
I mean, I could assist with the dance, but I don't think Talos would dance. Or persuade with this. I mean, it seems like a ritual kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like part of a ceremony almost, yes?
Yep, feels very ceremonial, very ritualistic.
Actually, can I ask a question? Let me ask. I'm sorry. I was going by the rule in here. Is there a way I could sneak away into the temple while this is going on? They seem pretty distracted.
That's what Gary's trying to do.
Oh, well, I literally want to do that.
Okay, you want to do that? So you're going to dance into the middle and try and dance your way onwards? So you're going to obfuscate.
I'm straight up going to try to sneak out while they're all distracted by this dance.
All right, so we'll get to that. That's your plan. And Talos?
Well, now I wonder if I want to obfuscate that. I don't think that I do. Sorry, I mean everything I had wanted to do is kind of out of the window now. So
yep, that's fine.
I'm sorry, I can go back.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
I'm just explaining why it's taking me a minute. That's all.
No worries.
I would like to go to the front of the group and one of the ones that I'm definitely getting a bad vibe from.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to. I mean, they're gathering to perform something, seemingly for us. My assumption is that we are to watch. So I would like to persuade this person with
Mhm.
positive emotions that I am pleased that they are doing this.
Okay, sounds good. That one is going to do that. And Dr. Martin, what are you going to do?
I think I know what I'm gonna do. It's not gonna make much sense, but yeah, more or less, I'm gonna be kind of doing the same thing as Dallas. I think he doesn't pick up on what other people are throwing down, especially because he's actually the first to act with the reverse order. Does not realize what anyone's saying, and is I'm just gonna go with the ingratiate, and which it doesn't really do anything for him, but he's kind of just taking it in, I guess. Again, yeah, they're trying to do this. He doesn't know any better to try and send any persuasion or anything like that.
Sure. So for ingratiate, I need you to pick one of them that you're looking to particularly influence.
I'll go with this other one that doesn't have a dot, just
Okay,
to
sounds good.
spread the vibes to people that aren't giving me bad vibes.
And then your choices, and so this is the choices I'm giving you are a mechanic of the game. Do you want to use charisma, intelligence, or wisdom in order to influence this? If you use the ability that they also use, you get advantage. So it's a mechanic that's a behind the scenes mechanic.
Gotcha. And I assume I don't get to know what they're using yet.
You can
Until I
use
pick it.
Inquire to discover what that is.
Sure.
So that's kind of one of those things, and that would be an action you would take during one of these rounds.
Okay.
Yep.
In that case, I'll just do an intelligence based one.
Okay.
Um,
That seems to work particularly well on this one, so you can
Perfect.
roll with advantage.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Natural 20.
A natural 20. So you are presenting these positive emotions to this one, and it is responding very well to your attentiveness. It seems to they seem to just greatly enjoy your presence, and you get the sense that they like you. They really, really like you. Just washes across you. This one is that one, which dances. Both of those two dance. One's guarding, the other one's dancing. And then Thalos, you are trying to persuade that one. Which
Yes.
emotion are you tugging at?
So I feel like this is a cultural thing. Like I'm witnessing a cultural ceremony of that, so it would be wisdom.
Wisdom? All right,
Mhm.
go ahead. Just roll. You do not have advantage.
I figured. I also have that +2 from chat, so let's make that a 14 just in case. Why not?
It's a good thing you made it a 14. 14 is just enough to be a success. This one still doesn't seem to like any of you. But you do get the sense that they're taking to you a little bit.
Yeah, that's right.
And then, Gary,
Everybody
you are
likes
obfuscating your intentions, your actions, or what's going on with Uran heading up the stairs.
Yeah. I think that's trying to keep them from noticing Uran as he moves to do the thing. I think she catches that movement out of the corner of her eye, and wants to pull attention towards her.
Okay, go ahead and roll deception or performance. Either of the two would be fine.
I would like to do deception. The 17.
17 is very good. That will be good enough that it's going to grant advantage to Uran as he starts sneaking past the others during the dance. Uran, go ahead and roll stealth.
All right. Boom. Click. There we go. 21.
21. Ironically, 21 both times. You start slipping up the side of this, and the creatures are spinning, and there's pollen in the air, and there's emotions that are flowing. It's really quite beautiful, but you can't have any of that. So you sneak by, start heading up the stairs, and are able to make it up to the top of these stairs while this dance is going on. I'll tell you what you see, and in the next round, you can tell me what you do about it. You get up there, and there's a 2-meter wide ancillary sphere that is spinning, and within it is a green crystal. It's glowing, and it seems to be the center of the power of this device, whatever it might be. Around the edge, there are 8 indentations, and in 2 of the indentations, there are these, about fist-sized seeds. They look a little bit like the seed pod that you found in the other room, but not quite. It's more of a individual seed than any kind of group seed. And you see that set into indentations. There's 8 indentations. There's 2 of these seeds on there, and that's what you see. Have any questions about what you're looking at?
So it looks like, does the glowing rock look like something I could just easily grab out of there, or does this thing look like if I put my hand in there, it's gonna chop it off?
It's going slow enough that you could probably get your hand in there and grab it, but if you're not careful, it might hurt.
All right.
Sound good?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so this one does that. This is the only one that is taking action against all of you. And it affects one of the others, but doesn't change their opinion. The creatures dance slow. Their movements stop being quite as... they're not quite as fluid as they were. There is a stop. They turn to each other, and one gestures up to the ceiling. The lights dim. The sounds of fans, for lack of a better descriptor, pick up. And although it's difficult to notice, the smog near the top of this glass starts to part. And very, very weak sunshine shines down. And all of them open their 4-petaled arms up toward the sun and seem to be, well, the feeling that you all get, except for Uran, who's too far away to receive the pheromones, is that of having dinner. This one takes that action, that one takes that action, and Uran. What's your plan?
I am going to snatch the crystal and even grab a seed if I'm fast enough.
Okay, I'll let you do one or the other.
Shoot. I'll grab a seed.
Grab a seed instead of the crystal. Okay?
All right. Yeah, I'll grab one, try to pocket it.
Okay. Gary, what is your plan?
I think continue the current course. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, I think pull any attention. Like, she's trying to subtly look up and see how much more time Uran needs, and continue to pull attention away, hiding
All right.
behind the sincerity of her party members.
Okay. Talos, what is your plan?
I mean, getting the dinner vibe, I definitely want to vibe check threats.
Okay. That one makes that action. And Dr. Martin, what is your plan?
Getting the dinner vibe. Dr. Martin's where's mine is going to do an inquiry for what do you have for us. share.
Okay. All right.
Amazing.
Sounds good.
Amazing.
Sounds good.
Chef's kiss, so good.
Starting with you. Now that's something that I would like you to pick one of them, and you essentially target this one with this inquiry. The sense of looking down at a plate and seeing it empty, and how you feel knowing that your plate is empty.
I think I'm going to pick the one that started talking to me and was very friendly at the beginning.
Green dot or red dot?
The
Or no
green dot. I think this guy.
Okay, so you know green dot's already like you.
Yeah, I it's not gonna help, but I think it's what he's gonna ask the person that talked to him first and was like, "Hey, come on, we have a like I know it doesn't help, but I think it's what he's gonna do."
Okay, go ahead and roll. I don't know what you would roll.
Let me look.
Intelligence, is that what?
Yeah, I think probably still intelligence.
Okay.
Engineering, how you make me food.
Okay. Go ahead and roll.
Investigation. Where is the food for me? That's
Okay. You get advantage because this one has is the type that enjoys that logical approach. Oh wait, that's a logical approach. Sorry, it doesn't. Just a 15, but that's a success with them. There's a sense back of confusion and gesturing because they're eating and it's available.
Picture salad. Picture.
It's
picture apple. Picture.
You picture apple,
Kale.
and then all of a sudden, the feeling that you get back is this like mildly offended feeling when you start picturing an apple.
Okay, steak.
Oh my God. I like the just like I'm sorry, like I'm eating. Like so good.
There's this back and forth, and you're not sure really what you accomplished there, but you definitely understand that they don't understand you. And then Thalos, you were inquiring, I believe, about threats.
Yeah.
So, yep, go ahead and insight or perception, whichever you'd like.
It's gonna be like
Okay.
21.
21. So the feeling you get is they are oblivious to Uran. So you're definitely picking that up. You also are concerned about what might happen if that field suddenly disappears, but you can't put your finger on why exactly.
The field that's around the...
Yep, that shimmer that you passed through in order to get here.
Oh, okay. So not the one that's up by Uran.
Nope, it's being projected from that.
Green thing we walked through at the beginning. And
the green shimmery field you walk through. You you make this connection between it and the green crystal in the middle of the spinning device.
Okay. How concerned with the 21?
With the 21, we'll do this while Uran, you tell me what you're doing.
I was snatching the nearby seed thing that looked like the one we grabbed earlier.
I'm scared.
Give me athletics or acrobatics, your choice.
I'm gonna use a +2 that I had earlier, and that's gonna be a 13.
A 13. So that is a very good roll. But with a 13, you're able to reach in, and that is still a success. You have a ridiculous number that you are adding to athletics.
My athletics is my strength. A strength modifier.
Yeah, but it's adding 10.
I don't know why. It's automatic, right? What's the math on this thing?
That's what I'm going to look at, because 10 feels like a lot.
I just put 18 plus 4. This thing does it automatically. Oh, you know what? It's also my proficiency for my race. That's what it is.
Holy cow. All right. Yeah. 3 plus 4 plus...
Uran's strongest boy.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah, athletic.
So
That's my proficiency. Yep, that's what it is.
You reach into the. Oh wait, you were grabbing a seed, not the crystal.
Yeah, that's what
Okay, sorry. So never mind. You don't have to roll. You get a seed. You have a small seed.
keep my 2 then.
Fits in your hand. So I forgot what you were doing for a second. So yeah, you pick up one of these seeds. You have one. It's slightly greenish tinged. That's it.
All right, I'll just pocket that, and
Okay.
then next turn I'll just grab the rock.
Okay, we'll hold on to that roll because that's what I was making you roll for. So we'll
Okay.
hold on to that, and you are definitely going to be grabbing a rock next turn.
Copy.
Okay. They all stop feeding, and there is this sense of decision making, this final moment to influence. Gary,
Final moment to influence. I think Gary has been distracting and doing the things.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think I would maybe. I'm trying to decide between, like, inquire, like, perhaps you could show me over here, or thwart. Just trying to keep them from, like making a decision, you know what I mean? But either way that breaks out, it's obfuscate again. Like,
Okay.
Well, is it? No, okay, yeah, I want to try and persuade. I want to try and persuade to say, because I am too far away to assist, right?
Effectively,
to assist Uran. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna try and persuade them to show me more. Like, I've seen their ritual. I've seen them eat dinner. I would like them to persuade, or I would like to persuade them to tell me more about how they function.
Okay, sounds like a plan. And then Uran, you are going to be grabbing the crystal. And then Talos. That's an answer to your question. You're muted.
You're talking to me?
No, Talos.
Can I get to where Uran is?
If
and
you
still
head up
do
there,
something?
they will definitely know that you go up there. But they don't seem to understand when you talk.
I am concerned for what will happen with these creatures should that crystal no longer project what it is projecting. I am deeply concerned.
Talos is saying this out loud.
Yes.
Yep. And these aren't like 6 seconds. This is kind of extended interactions.
Yeah.
So you can have full conversations without any problem.
Concerned of what?
If
Their
you
reaction?
If you recall, they would not come through it and seem to be contained within it. What will happen if they are let out or no longer under its control? I'd like to remind you that we waded through an entire hallway of vines.
You think this thing is keeping them in here?
It's possible.
You don't think that this thing is keeping them alive?
I don't know.
I do have a question. You said that you understood slightly the properties of this crystal, Dr. Martin.
I mean, I understand the properties of gravitons, but I don't know exactly what this thing's doing.
What do gravitons do?
All sorts of things, depending on their function.
I don't know. Did any of you happen to notice that we de-aged a whole bunch?
Yes.
That strike you? I'm not going to be allowed to get in any bars anymore. It's kind of a bummer for me, man.
Time dilation's definitely something that could be affected with gravitons.
So what would happen if they're let go and suddenly age? In sunlight.
Interesting. The architecture in here looked a lot cleaner and newer than it did outside as well. I wonder if it's working the other way. It's de-aged this, and so they start aging again, is what you're suggesting, yes?
Suddenly.
Suddenly. Dust?
I mean, I can't stop anyone from doing anything at this point. That's out of character. So I guess I'm...
Are you having
Op-
second thoughts about this, or are you...
No, I'm just saying we should be prepared for when Uran takes that crystal.
You think they're going to attack?
I think they're going to dramatically age. And other plants in this area have attacked us.
Seems a fair assumption. Do you have a plan of action?
My action would be to obfuscate Uran as much as I can.
Sure. Dr. Martin, your action?
Ooh, being given all that information, I can no longer play clueless. With that, I think he'll inquiry.
Okay.
And because maybe I can figure out what's going to happen before it happens, and maybe be able to tell people whether that's possible or not, he will go to his friend again, the first one who talked to him, and try and ask him if the power that he already talked about the crystal with him to some extent, does this keep you alive, essentially?
Okay, so you want to know what happens if that's not there?
Yep.
Okay. So this happens in reverse order. So you inquire first. You've been using logic. Go ahead and continue to use logic.
I'm gonna do the. Is it just do I have to tell the determination point anyways? I guess it's already been giving me advantage, right? So I just. Right?
Oh well, this one doesn't. Sorry. So you will use a determination point. To
I
get
will
advantage.
use one to give myself advantage.
Okay, go ahead.
21.
21. So you express these feelings of concern about. You're able to express concern about the green being gone, some of those sorts of things. The response that comes back is, questioning. Why is this suddenly an issue?
Would it be an issue?
Hypothetically.
Just hypothetically, if it was just a...
The feeling that you get is a negative memory. It is a time where it was how you felt when you saw someone lash out at someone else, seemingly out of control. Feelings of violence and danger.
I don't think they'll be able to control themselves. I think you're right, Thalos.
The creatures they lift their forearms and they begin to vote. Flowers open up on them and pollen begins going up into the air. And the feeling so far that you get, all of you down below, Uran can't feel this, too far away to be influenced, so far is positive. Feel like they like you. Talos, you were obfuscating, so go ahead and do deception, performance, or some way of deflecting away from what's going on.
Survival? Can I do that?
I will take survival. That's fine.
Will you actually?
I will. These are plant-like creatures. You're trying to interact with nature in one way or other.
Oh, I just meant me survival. Like,
Oh, that
I
not the
survive.
survival skill. Oh no, you're right.
I mean, yeah, I guess. So, like, I guess getting a lay of the land and seeing them and their capabilities, I could make an argument for survival. It's my highest one of the things, so I'm gonna do that.
Sure.
17.
17. So you start assessing what's going on. You have a very good feeling that the vote's going to go your way.
Cool.
You have a very bad feeling
Yeah.
that may not matter if the crystal disappears. Gary, you are obfuscating, distracting away from what's going on. Any of them in particular, or just a general sense of making it easier for Uran?
Just a general sense of making it easier for Uran. But remind me, do we have like radios, right? Like that's something that we have from our base kits.
Yes, the base kit has radios.
Gary is going to pull hers out, kind of reading the situation, and is going to use it to communicate to Uran. Maybe hold off, the click. Hey, yeah, tough guy. Maybe hold off on the big Jimmy Jim. We got a situation down here we're trying to resolve, and that might escalate things too quickly.
It is at this moment that I realize I don't have my walkie because mine didn't go off.
Yes.
And Gary's going to look at them and again just kind of, oh, fascinating.
Okay. Deception or performance, whichever you prefer.
Yeah, I prefer deception. Another 17, let's go.
17. It's still going to be very easy for Uran, who must make the decision of grabbing the crystal or not. You have a easy success if you say you want to grab it because you rolled before.
What's the problem?
The concern is the escape plan. If we pop that top, they're gonna lose their shit.
They were not going to give us rock. We take while we have chance, we fight regardless.
They're making a vote of some kind. It seems like they're trying to decide if we're buds or not. We might have a better opportunity, a little bit more kiss kiss, fewer bang bangs, if you know what I mean.
Your choice, Uran.
With this, we are even, and we'll just leave it there.
Okay. The vote goes through, and at 3-2, with 3 abstaining, they decide to help. The one that talked to you before walks up, gives you feelings of elation, happiness, confusion, as it just now realizes there are 3 instead of 4.
There are always 3.
And then invitation, as they lead you to the top of the ziggurat.
I would
When
like
they-
to
Just
think,
real quick.
I'd like to think that all of us that are obfuscating are like, oh no, we'll be up front so that like Unas or everyone can like fold into our group and just be there.
I am perfectly okay with that.
Okay.
You get up to the top, and now there's 4, and there's a moment's confusion. It's like when you woke up at 3 in the morning, but you weren't sure if it was 3 in the morning or 7 in the morning, and you were late for work. And then it passes, and you figure it out and roll back over. And they go up to the top, and you get the feelings of thanks and showing, and a lot of what Dr. Martin was trying to project about how important it was and wanting to know about it. They put their hands over one of these seeds, the only seed that's left. There's only one still there. And coax it open, and there's a very small crystal within that shell. And they reach forward and they remove the larger crystal and they put the smaller in. And when they do, there is a pulse of energy that passes out from this crystal. And the light around everything pulls back significantly. The green shimmer pulls away from these other areas, and you can see even from here the age pours back into these places that were covered and protected. And they look at you, and you get the sense of approval and thankfulness and the feeling of receiving a gift as this green crystal is reached out for you to take.
Talos takes its crystal.
You have a fully grown time crystal.
I will nod my head slightly and project feelings of relief and thanks, I guess, and hey, let's go.
Gary's gonna see this exchange, and as they hand over the gem, she's gonna look at Uran and be like, "How many of those seeds you picked up here?"
Don't know what you're talking about.
Right. They don't know what we're saying. They don't speak our language.
Oh, that's right. I got one.
One. Better than none. All right. Excellent. Shall we get the hell out of Dodge before they
Fine.
realize?
Uran just
Yeah.
walked away.
All of you walk down the ziggurat, start heading back toward the Stargate. The question is, you have C4 planted in a hallway behind you. Any comments about that on the way by?
I'll disarm it and take it with me.
Okay. You pass through the hall with the vines, and with these crystals in hand, the vines seem unbothered by your passage going away from the ziggurat rather than toward it. And you find yourself standing back at the Stargate, ready to dial back. Anything else to do on Kiri before you head back to base?
What are the little dudes doing?
Oh, if you go in that conservatory, the monkeys are going to go. They're going to be very happy to see you, I guess, is one way to put it.
Okay. Gary's going to, because that's the thing we didn't really figure out. Just kind of as we walk in, she's gonna pull out an energy bar or granola bar, whatever she's got, and kind of break it up and throw it away from us, like on the ground, to see if that distracts them enough to get us to the DHD.
They are ecstatic. It's like what they wanted from the very beginning because somebody fed them as soon as they saw them.
Yep.
I hate to be that guy, but I never stopped moving. I would have been in that room before.
That's fine. As soon as you got there, they would have started swarming you for attention.
Yeah, and I would grip the crystal like crazy, but I'd be going right up to the DHD.
Okay.
So if I need to roll between that time and whenever granola bars are thrown on the ground.
There would be one time where you would need a perception while they roll to try and take something from you.
I don't have anything else from chat.
Uran will hold one up as he walks through with a prepared action.
Dirty 20.
You can feel them trying to take things from you, but it's when they go for the time crystal that you're particularly bothered and bat a few away. And just as you are chasing them off is when Gary comes in to fill everything. To fulfill their hunger.
Yeah. I feel like one of them definitely like was a little bit too hard and like splatted against the wall.
Absolutely. So you head over to the DHD. Gary is feeding monkeys
Yeah.
Talos, you dial up home.
Mm-hmm.
The Stargate spins. It locks into place. The gate opens. And you're free to go through.
Before Uran goes through, he wants to hold out a snack and try to capture one by the scruff of its neck.
All right. If you want to coax it in a friendly manner, it's animal handling. If you just want to grab it, then it is acrobatics or athletics.
Athletics, definitely.
Yeah, I thought that was going to happen.
Boom.
It rolled a 2. You rolled a 24. You hold down some food for one to get, and you're not even worried about the one interested in the food. You just reach out and snatch a different one, and you have a palm-sized monkey.
Stay with me.
And you pass through the Stargate with a palm-sized monkey in your hand. Talos?
We can. I'm through the gate. The second
the
it's
gate?
open, we're just gone.
Second
Like,
it's
I'm
open,
just
you're
done with
through?
this place. I'm done with this
Dr.
place.
Martin?
Putting the radio in to knock, letting them know it's coming through. Open the bubble.
There's a response back. Welcome back.
But don't worry, we got the crystal.
Good. You pass through. Gary, you feed a few monkeys.
Yeah, Gary's just crouched down, looking at them, kind of watching as everybody passes through. She's going to get up and move over to the DHD, where she's going to, like, as the doc kind of goes through, she'll just, hey, I'll be right there with you. She's going to crouch down and start humming to herself again the lyrics to Kiri, and is going to pop open the panel, kind of singing and gesturing at the little creatures to move away as she, again, hot wires this DHD with her device, and closes up the back panel with a self-satisfied sigh, and looks at the little guy. She's like, your lungs will probably explode when we go to the other side. So, keep you here, but you are cute, damn it. You're cute. And she's gonna step through the gate.
Okay. So I was a little confusion about, on my part, about Saint saying that Talos kept walking. So after Talos dials, he'll go through first.
Mm-hmm.
And then the rest of you will go through after that. So Talos, you come through, you pass through. Nock is standing behind the DHD. The radio signal hasn't come through. You can see the blue force field around. That's about 15 feet away from the Stargate itself, completely encases it in the room. Nockcore lifts a claw in greeting. Good. You have?
Like, no reaction. Crystal in hand. He can clearly see that I have it. Please let me through the gate.
He turns it off so that you can pass through.
I walk up to Nock and steely-eyed, like, staring straight into his eyes. I assume you know what to do with this, and hand him the crystal.
Yes. I will prepare. Uran comes through with a palm-sized monkey in hand. Dr. Martin comes through. And then a few moments later, the last of you, Gary, comes through. You turn around and look as the gate closes. Any last words before we close up the session?
I think Dr. Martin is going to look at Uran with one of the monkeys on it and go, you brought one of those fuckers back?
There it is!
And that is where we will end the episode. Thank you for hanging out. Sorry for the tech issues that we kept running into. We will work those out and come out the other side. I just know. If there are any comments, questions, concerns, conundrums, or qualms, we're going to take just a couple minutes to address those. We won't stay here past 1 in the morning, but if there's anything chat wants to ask or any of you want to ask, now is a great time to do so. If you want to ask about the adventure, by the way, is going to be posted to TPK PK Roleplay's Patreon, and it will be in 2 parts. One is the part that Phoenix went through, and what they had to face, and the other is the part Basilisk went through that I had to make changes to because of what Phoenix did, didn't do, etc. So if you have any questions, now's a great time to air them, ask them, etc. Go ahead.
Were those sons of bitches responsible for the vines?
Yes.
Oh, son of a bitch.
So the flooded chamber was because of intentionally breaking the glass hallway behind them as they fled from a giant Venus flytrap.
Oh.
And all of those vines are part of those creatures.
Mhm.
And so it greatly disliked any large creatures that made its way through.
That makes sense.
So, yes. The way the vines reacted were completely Phoenix's fault.
I'm very happy that we did not like randomly find ourselves in a field of poppies or anything.
It was a possibility.
Was it really? That's awesome.
I didn't think of it. It would have been really cool if I did, but I didn't think of it. Any other questions, thoughts, concerns, anything at all?
No, I loved the alien race having it be like an emotional thing, so we're having to communicate like in a different way. I think that was a really creative encounter that was surprisingly difficult to like, because it made me think about my character in a totally different way of like I know how I would convey that like with my feelings, but like how would I convey that with the memories of my character? Like, it made me realize I got some character work to do, y'all. Shit.
One of the big things, and this is the same thing when Phoenix ran into it, which they picked up right away. It was really funny how quick Phoenix picked up on the empathetic communication, and we're just kind of diving right in. It was fantastic. But that sense of trying to think character-wise is something. It's the reason that I made these creatures the way I did, is to try and elicit some of that. Okay, you have the option, and it was meant to mirror your first encounter with the monkeys. You have the option to get rid of these things violently or peacefully, and which one are you going to pick?
I was really close to not peacefully with the monkeys at the start, not gonna lie.
That entire interaction is one that it was something I'd wanted to play with for a while, and I hope it went over well with you guys too.
Yeah, it was great.
I liked it.
It was great.
I really liked it. I feel like it was easier for me because a lot of times I have a lot more ideas than I'm good with the words. So it was a lot easier to get my idea across than it was for me to come up with something that would in character be said the right way. So
yep.
I think there's a lot of pull for me in a bunch of different directions because like Talos he's a diplomat and he like tries to get to the solution in the path of least resistance. And so with like everything going on, Talos was very confused. Like Talos was just not sure how to use his skill set to effectively help everything. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I couldn't stop thinking the song Mushroom Dance in my head the whole time. Mushroom Dance.
The big thing with me is so that type of encounter is one that it's supposed to diverge from just straight combat encounters, but I always like leaving the option. So these things were all statted out for combat too, but it's that building an encounter in a different way, seeing how it plays out, using different resources. It's interesting, and it's one of the things that's unique about this system. Sometimes it plays out real nice, sometimes it's a little clunky, but it's definitely one of those mechanics where after you kind of get used to, okay, instead of my options being, comparing to D&D, instead of picking which spell or which attack or which ability I'm going to use, it's which of these diplomatic actions am I going to use? What am I trying to accomplish here? So I think it went really well. So
I really liked it. I thought it was really cool.
Another thing I just want to call out because I liked it too was earlier, like at the beginning of the session when we were still warming up, I think Sarah did a really good job of kind of talking through backstory a little bit and getting to know characters a little bit better with that. The little interaction we had, I really liked that, and you did a good natural way of bringing that in. So
thank you.
Props.
Yeah, I want to know these characters more. Like I get that we're like the bad guys,
well,
but like I want to know why are they here?
Right.
It's interesting.
we aren't going to want to open up with that. Like, our characters aren't going to just open up with that. So there's got to be a little bit of digging at each other until it just breaks down, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So like, didn't say everything, but we get like the opening of where it starts from, and then we can maybe find the rest along the way. So I thought that was really cool.
And this is also time for things that didn't go so swimmingly. So is there anything you wish would have gone differently or went clunkily or anything along those lines?
Sad I never got to use my explosives.
I thought you might anyway.
I assumed you were going to. That's why I was going as fast as I could.
I am not a spoiled child.
Yeah, I like geared up. I was like, I'm gonna take all this stuff, and then we didn't need it. But I kind of like that. Like I like that's my like, you know, it's like, okay, we got to have the right gear. We're gonna do all the prep and stuff and get what we need, and then ultimately it was just like, we're gonna use the power of feelings. Gary was like, ew.
What do you mean? Like, what could we have gotten from there? Like a garden?
We got two.
What do the creatures drop when we kill them? That's what we need to know. What loot do we get from?
I got a time seed, and you got a magic seed.
Yeah, I did like
So
Oh, sorry, keep going.
No, go.
I like the way that, and again, I know we're supposed to talk about things that didn't go well, but I liked this a lot during the diplomat. Like, we were escalating, like we were getting close to like the point of no return, and then it was literally like, I have a radio, right? Like, we can turn this around.
Yeah, it's funny because we did behind the scenes, we did a vote, kind of a party vote of, is it okay if we just take this crystal? And we were all like, yes. Or we had at least a majority of people say, yes, take it. And then immediately turned around when we finally had the discussion with them and went, oh, maybe this would be easier if we could just get it easier if they just side with us.
Yeah.
It was going to be very funny to me to see how close you were to just being given it and decide, this is taking too long, take it, because that felt very
exactly how I thought it was going to go down.
Villain party, because that feels like the, you know, think of any villain story where it's like, if you just would have held out a little longer instead of losing patience, you wouldn't be the bad guy in this story.
Yeah.
Literally sat there the whole time waiting for an excuse to say, if you guys want to act like this, go to Phoenix Squad. Like,
I was hoping we could lie to them some way to get it out of them, but it was just like, we want to learn. And like, oh, okay, sure, just take it.
My big thing, I was totally fine with Ron taking it, like 110%, just take it. It was when we got to the end and Talos was kind of like, this might be sketchier than we thought, that I was like, and
that's
like,
what I'm sitting there like, because I'm like, we're Phoenix. I mean, we're Basilisk. We don't care.
Right. I don't care what happens. It was self-preservation. That was the only thing. That was the only thought, was like, how do we get out? Like, if they like turn into ash, fine, whatever, dude. But like, how do we get out? Like, that was thinking, like,
6 to 8 of them between you and us.
Yes, and then that whole stretch of vines.
Yeah.
Not see my athletics checks.
I saw Talos's. That's all I need to see. Uran was gonna make it, bro. He was gonna go the distance. There's no question in my mind or in my heart.
I'll come back and pick him up.
But you know, that's a lot of fun for me to see. You know, it was funny seeing that vote that Purple pointed out, because from my perspective, the vote is, all right, we're going to take this. Uran's probably going to open up with a machine gun from the top of the ziggurat. It's going to get bloody really quick, because these things are, I mean, it would be a fight, but because it had gone late and you'd already done the other, I would have abbreviated the fight. So it would have been a very easy fight at that point. And if you would have gone straight to a fight, it would have been more of a, you know, a much harder fight. I try and adjust it with the expectations of time a little bit. But that's what I was expecting. And then when the time came, it felt like that meme where you keep playing through these games where you get the option to say mean things to the NPCs, but you don't want to say the mean thing to the NPC. You know, so it's like that moment, it's like, I'm going to be a bad guy this run. And then you get there and you're like, I don't want to blow up Atom Town.
I think this is literally the discussion I had with you when I joined the bad squad. I was like, I'm so bad at being evil though, because I always turn good at the last second.
Yep.
I was also sitting here like, why do you care what happens? Just sitting up top like, why am I not in this conversation gonna be like, we don't care?
Oh yeah,
And
for
then-
sure. I was absolutely ready because when Talos brought it up, I was like, I was over there being like, dude, we don't give a shit. Let's just get the thing and get out. And then he implied that we wouldn't be safe, and that's when I was like, now hold up, like.
And that's the only reason I stopped it, because I was ready for a fight. I thought it was going to end up in a fight, pretty much from a quarter of the way through the encounter.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I
it's
just
funny.
was concerned about preservation because I almost didn't make it out last time. 4 HP.
I feel like it plays into the question that HP even asked at the beginning of the session, though, too. Like, you know, what do you do when it's not kind of working out? And it was absolutely like, in my mind, I was like, we're triaging. It's like, okay, what can we get out? But we have to get out. Like, that's the thing. Like, anything else doesn't matter. Getting out is the only thing that matters. And so, like, that was my hesitation. So I like that. That's pretty good.
Well, I like playing with stuff like that. I tend not to do just raw combat adventures. There was plenty of opportunity to fight stuff, and I always leave it up to the party whether they want to get in the fight or not. So I hope that that played well for everyone. We are going to do our goodbyes and head out. So we are going to go in the same order we did before. So just tell us who you are, who you played, what you're up to, and before anyone says anything at all, do come back Monday night for the crossover. All of you, I will be sending some information to a couple of you, probably all of you over the weekend, with some more details of what to expect when that arrives. So starting with Osara X.
Hi, I'm Osiris Franco. I play Gary Bradford, the engineer. If you like my face and the words I say sometimes, you can find me on Twitch and Twitter at Osiris Franco. I'm in a variety of TTRPG content, both here on TBK Roleplay and over at Nat20, and soon to be Neon Lights Roleplay. You can find me tomorrow morning here in Dark Echoes, the Curse of Strahd campaign, in the morning, and then in the evening, I'll be GMing a one-shot with HP as part of my cast called By the Old Oak Tree. Catch me Monday in the crossover episode here. Tuesday, I'm in the Harpers. Wednesday, over at Nat20 and Against the Tides. And then we move into a whole bunch of other content. I'm really excited. There's a new campaign, 2 new campaigns kicking off over at Nat20. I'll let Saint talk about the one. The other is going to be GM'd by the incredible The Nation of Joe. And I will be joining him as a player there, and I'm really excited for that. So look for that at the end of November. And yeah, just the fun never stops. So check out all this. HP, thanks for an incredible session, players. Thank you for being the best. And I'll pass it over to Purple.
Hello, I'm Purple Phil. I played Dr. Eric Martin, and yeah, you can catch me here on Monday in the crossover. I don't really have anything else going on. A lot of things on the horizon, though, so stay tuned. Stay checked into TPK and Neon Lights and Nat20. They're all great people. I have a short list, so that's all I have, so I'll pass it on down to Saint.
Hi, that's me. I'm DMF Saint. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter at DMF Saint, as well as running things over on Nat20 and in several shows over here on TPK Roleplay. I will be in the crossover episode on Monday. Also, our monthly session of Against the Tides is next Wednesday on Nat20. And then Morningstar, after a very long hiatus, is coming back on the 14th, which is next weekend. Not this weekend, but next weekend. And then we did... Yeah, I did make a public statement, so I'll say that. The last time around, the first session of that is going to be on December 4th. So that is coming up soon, too. I think that's all I got.
And Smash Cut.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, Smash Cut's like 2 weeks away.
Yeah, but still.
Okay, so
Hype.
2 weeks. The Nat20, Smash Cut's been on hiatus for most of the year. We're coming back with Smash Cut on the 16th for our Thanksgiving episode. It is me, Osiris Franco, Bright Dystopia, Luca Locke, and who am I missing? Ash and Rabbit.
Ash.
Which is it's focused on like
think National Lampoon's Thanksgiving special, and that's pretty much what it's going to be. So, anyway, that's the 16th. So, passing it on to the gentleman who is robotic.
Hi, I'm Robotic Gentleman. I played Uran the Una Scout tonight. You can catch me here on random occasions because I usually do a one shot almost once a month nowadays. Aside from that, you can catch me over on 1 in 20's channel. We stream next Thursday. I stream along with our wonderful DM. We both have players, and we were both players, and we have a great time over there. Hope to see you around this same bat time, well, not same bat channel anyway. But yep, I'm gonna turn it over to him, and you guys have a good night.
I have and will continue to be the last hit point hero, and I want to thank you for joining us in this Garden of Eden adventure onto the planet of Kiri. We shall see what comes of them later. For me, you can find me tomorrow playing Hashek, the last word collecting Kenku necromancer, who I am so excited. You have no idea. I have categorized last words from movies and people and their real last words for the Kenku responses, and am very excited to make use of that. The crossover on Monday, which is a big milestone of this campaign, and then after that it is on 1 in 20 before circling back around to Threnos the Tuesday after. So we have a lot going on, and I am greatly looking forward to it. Rewards for all of you. You get 1 mission point for getting the Plantons to cooperate. You get 1 mission point for collecting a time crystal. You get a 2nd mission point for stealing a time crystal. And you get screw it. You could have a 4th mission point for bringing a monkey home. So there is 4 mission points for all of you.
Okay, you know what? I mocked it in the game, but good work, Uran. Thanks for the mission point monkey.
Ross earlier said, "Still everything when you don't know what it's going to be for." And now
Take it all. Take it all, and I will reward you. And if I can't think of a reward, I will unmute you so that everyone can hear what you're saying.
I hate you. Yeah, I mean, we can train that to steal for us, right?
There you go. It already knows how to steal.
It is trainable. If you weren't gonna take one, I was literally IMing like HP. Like, I will grab one of these dudes. The second I confirmed that they learned that we had food because someone had fed them, I was like, hell yeah, dude.
Yep. Oh yeah. Also, the monkeys stole from you because Phoenix fed them as soon as they saw them. So that's
of course.
That's irresponsible.
So, until we see.
I'm sorry. When are we gonna get missions before they get missions? That's what I want. I want a little payback.
So after the crossover, both groups will get to choose which addresses they go to. You'll be given the same addresses. Okay. So you will either, because of the order of the games, you will visit one or the other before them, or maybe both if they choose the same one as you. So you have the opportunity to be the first to both of the remaining worlds after the crossover.
Burn that place down.
See you next time, and until we do, remember there is absolutely just one rule: be good. That's the rule. Be good. See you next time.